My name is Laura, and I'm a nurse. After another long day at work, I head home. I'm a little late, like usual. I'm home. Welcome back, I said. When I got home, my daughter Meg was there to greet me. It must be hard for a third grader to wait at home alone every day. I always feel bad for her, but I guess other nurses might envy me, since I work at the local hospital that doesn't have any night shifts. Where's your dad today? I asked. He's not home yet, Meg answered. I feel like I haven't seen him in a long time. Oh, I see. My husband, Stan, works a lot and doesn't come home much. I can't even remember the last time he spent time with us, like eating together or helping around the house. Well, he does spend time with his family. On his days off, he goes to his mom's house to help with things like gardening and cleaning, and he has dinner with her. Stan never shows up for Meg's soccer practices or spelling bee contests, but he always makes time for his mom. This has caused a lot of tension between Stan and me. I'm sorry, honey, I'm sorry you feel lonely all the time, I said. It's okay, you come home every day, Mom, so that's enough, Meg said. Oh, Meg, I hugged her tightly. If we were a normal family, we would spend time together and be happy, no matter how much I apologized. I knew it wouldn't change things. I kept wondering how things got so bad. Then, one day, Stan came home at a normal time, which was very rare, but by then, both Meg and I didn't feel as close to him, and we didn't talk much. We ate dinner quietly, and then Stan suddenly said, "Hey, why don't we go to Hawaii for the holidays?" What? I was shocked. Stan was suggesting a family trip? What was going on? We haven't traveled as a family in a while, he said. I thought it would be a good way to celebrate my mom's 60th birthday, and it could be a nice chance for us to all be together. Once again, he was thinking about his mom. I was frustrated, but when Meg heard about Hawaii, she got excited. We can go to Hawaii. I really want to go, she said. Meg was so happy. It was her first time going to Hawaii, so I understood her excitement, but I wasn't sure I could enjoy a family trip after everything that's happened, especially with my mother-in-law, Kate, there. If the trip was really to celebrate Kate's birthday, Stan should have told me about it years ago, but since Meg wanted to go, I didn't think I could say no. Alright, I guess we can go. It's been a while since we've all been together as a family, so why not, I said. On the day of the trip, Stan and I both had to work, so we planned to meet at the airport. My workday was very busy, and it went longer than expected. I was running late. After work, I rushed to the airport with Meg. We took the bus and finally arrived, but something unexpected happened. They're not here, I said. Stan and Kate weren't at the airport. I looked around, but I couldn't find them anywhere. Where did they go? No one called me, so I tried calling both Stan and Kate. The number you have dialed is either not powered on right now or has no signal, the message said over and over. I was getting frustrated, so I went to ask the airline staff. One of the staff members asked, "Are you Miss Laura Martin?" Yes, I replied, confused. I didn't know how they knew my name, but they handed me a piece of paper. "I was asked to give this to you," the staff member said. I looked at the paper and was shocked by what it said. I couldn't wait any longer. "Stan and I are going on this trip without you. If you're not on time, we're leaving without you. Why don't you just stay here, Kate?" I whispered, shaking with anger. "What is this?" "Mom, what's wrong?" Meg asked, worried. "Oh, it's nothing. It looks like your dad and grandma went ahead without us," I said, trying to stay calm. "So, we can't go to Hawaii?" Meg asked, upset. We can catch up with them and get on another flight," I said, trying to sound positive, but honestly, we didn't have enough money for another ticket. What was I going to do? While I was trying to figure it out, an old man in front of me suddenly collapsed. Without thinking, I rushed over. After being a nurse for so many years, my body just reacted. "Are you okay?" I asked, checking his breathing, but it had stopped. Oh my God. I quickly turned him onto his side to clear his airway. I saw something blocking his breathing, probably vomit. I knew I had to act fast. "Please, someone call an ambulance," I shouted as I began to help. Soon, the ambulance arrived, and the man was taken to the emergency room. The man I helped at the airport woke up and asked, "Was it you who saved me?" "Yes, I did," I said. "You really saved my life, thank you so much. I thought I was going to die." He was feeling better now and could talk. It seemed like there were no major health issues, just the breathing problem that caused him to collapse. "I'm James, and I want to thank you properly," he said. "Oh, it's nothing, I just did what anyone would have done." "That's not true, you saved my life." "Thank you, but really, I didn't do anything special." "By the way, were you traveling somewhere?" he asked. "Yes, I was supposed to go to Hawaii with my daughter, but we missed the flight." "That's terrible, I feel bad for you." "No, it's not your fault," I said quickly, we were already running late. "It was my fault." I was feeling down, thinking we'd have to go home, when James said, "That's a shame, your daughter must have been really looking forward to it. Why not just buy another ticket?" "Well, I'm a little embarrassed to say this, but we don't have enough money for another flight." James looked at me, then said, "Okay, as a thank you, I'll buy the tickets for you and your daughter." "Wait, no, that's too much," I said, feeling surprised. "It's totally fine." He then called over a female staff member and borrowed a phone to make a quick call. After hanging up, he said, "Don't worry about it, I won't be able to feel at peace unless I thank you properly." As we were talking, the paper I had from Stan and Kate fell out of my pocket. I was still holding on to my anger, but we were lucky enough to get on another flight to Hawaii, thanks to James. To my surprise, he bought us business class tickets, which were very expensive. Meg and I enjoyed the flight so much. When we finally arrived in Hawaii, I started to think about where Stan and Kate would be staying, but I hadn't asked them before. At the airport, a man approached us. "Are you Laura and Meg?" he asked. "Yes, that's us, but..." "Nice to meet you." He handed me his business card. It had the name of a well-known company on it. "I heard about you from the chairman of our company." "The chairman? You mean the old man I helped?" I asked, shocked. "Yes, that's right. The man you helped at the airport is the chairman of our company." I couldn't believe it. I had no idea James was the chairman of such a big company. "Now, we'll take you to your hotel, as ordered by the chairman. Please enjoy your stay in Hawaii," he said, leading us to a black limousine. I had never been in a car like this before. "Wow, this is amazing," Meg said, excited to ride in a limousine for the first time. I checked my shoes to make sure they were clean before getting in. The view of Hawaii was beautiful, like an endless summer. I had doubts we'd even make it, but I was so glad we were there. Meg couldn't stop looking out the window. Soon, we arrived at a huge, luxurious hotel. But then I realized something important. "Oh no, I didn't book a room," I said quietly. "Don't worry," the man said, "we've already reserved a room for you on the top floor." "But I can't afford this," I said, feeling uncomfortable. "You don't need to pay, it's all been taken care of," he said. I was amazed. James had arranged all of this for us, and I had no idea how far he'd gone to make sure we were treated like VIPs. We entered the hotel and I was stunned by the room. It was huge, almost like a suite, with an incredible view of the ocean and the sunset. The hotel staff was there to help us with anything we needed. The food was also unbelievable, everything was fresh and luxurious. They even grilled the best steak right in front of us. It was the best meal I'd ever had. Later, Meg and I walked around the lobby, and we heard arguing voices coming from a corner. Meg and I saw a man and a woman arguing with the hotel staff. "Are they?" I asked. "Yes, it's my husband and my mother-in-law," I said. "Hey, what are you both doing here?" I called out to Stan and Kate. They turned and saw us. "What? Why are you both here?" Stan asked, surprised. "We came here as planned," I answered, "but you've done something horrible to us, even though you were the one who suggested this trip." "Well, that's..." Stan looked at Kate like he wanted to say something, but didn't know how. It's your fault for being late, right?" Kate said dismissively. "I'm sorry for that, but you didn't need to say that. We should have just stayed home," Stan muttered. Kate didn't seem sorry at all. I couldn't forgive them for what they had done. "By the way, why are you two arguing with the hotel staff?" I asked. "When I tried to check in, they told me to leave," Stan said angrily. "I don't understand," I said, turning to the staff. The hotel staff explained. "I heard that these people left our valued guests behind. That's unforgivable. I was told not to let them stay here." "Oh, I get it now," I said. James had a lot of influence with the hotel. As chairman of a big company, he was someone you definitely didn't want to upset. Stan looked even angrier. What does he mean? Well, it's a long story, but it means he can't forgive you both for leaving Meg and me behind, I said. Stan and Kate looked confused. How would someone at this hotel know about that? Stan asked. Well, I understand why you're asking that, but after hearing what happened, I'm not surprised. Honestly, I think you both deserve it, I replied. I pulled out a business card. This is the card from the man who helped me at the airport. Stan took the card with shaking hands. This is a business card from one of our major clients. Both Stan and Kate went pale as they realized the significance. You mean you know the chairman of this company? Stan asked. Of course I do. I saved him at the airport when he collapsed. That's why he booked our flight to Hawaii and even reserved the hotel room for us, I explained. What? Kate gasped, trembling. What's wrong, Mom? Stan asked, concerned. He's in the same gym club as me. I see him sometimes, but everyone looks up to him, Kate stammered. What a strange coincidence, I said, agreeing with Stan. It felt like the world was much smaller than I realized. I had no idea that Kate knew the chairman, but before I heard it from her, I already knew the truth, because James had told me himself. When I got the new ticket at the airport, James had picked up the paper that had fallen out of my pocket. He looked at me, surprised. Laura, what is this? That, I hesitated. Well, we were left behind by my mother-in-law and husband, I admitted. That's horrible, James said, and unforgivable. But this name? I've seen it somewhere before, James said, looking at the paper. Is your mother-in-law's last name Martin? He asked. Yes, her name is Kate Martin, I answered. What, you know my mother-in-law? I was shocked. Of course I do. She's a member of the gym I go to, James said. She doesn't seem like the type of person who would do something like that, and this is how it happened, I said. I smiled, thinking about it. It's tough, isn't it? You two were going on a trip together, but now it looks like we'll be on our own. I'm going to enjoy the trip with Meg, I added. Kate, why don't you just camp out somewhere here and enjoy the Hawaiian night without a roof over your head? Oh wait, that's terrible, I said sarcastically. You're the rudest person ever, Stan and Kate screamed at me. I turned my back on them, laughing. They're so ridiculous. They throw hurtful words at me, but when I throw them back, they call me rude. Let's go, I said to Meg. Yeah, Meg agreed, taking my hand. As we walked away, I could still hear the argument behind us. Anyway, get out of here. We don't have rooms for you, the hotel staff told Stan and Kate, not backing down. Eventually, Stan and Kate were forced to leave the hotel, and Meg and I enjoyed our trip to Hawaii on our own. With Meg's love for Stan almost gone, we didn't need to care about him anymore. I never expected such a wonderful trip as a reward for helping that old man, but I was so grateful. We truly wanted to thank James for everything he had done for us. The trip ended, and we returned home safely. It was an amazing, refreshing experience, and Meg seemed really happy with it. But what happened to Stan and Kate, who were kicked out of the hotel? It seems that things got much worse for them after they left Hawaii. When Stan came home, he looked exhausted. It turned out that the chairman's orders had been shared with all the hotels in Hawaii. Stan and Kate had to camp out in the wild. They got exactly what the paper said would happen. Stan faced even more trouble when his boss called him into the office and told him that the contract with James's company was about to be cancelled. Kate wasn't treated well by the members of her gym club either. They turned cold toward her, and she ended up leaving the club. The gym was her only hobby, but this whole incident scared her so much that she stopped working out and now spends most of her time watching TV. Stan and I realized our marriage was beyond saving, and we decided to divorce. Meg stayed with me, and I didn't ask for alimony or child support. My income wasn't much different from Stan's, and I was fine supporting Meg on my own. I decided I would never see my mother-in-law again. Looking back, this whole situation felt strange. By accidentally being late at the airport, I ended up helping the chairman of a big company, who happened to be someone Kate knew, and because of him, I got to experience one of the best trips to Hawaii. Maybe it was fate. My relationship with Stan never worked, except for Meg. Our different work schedules caused some of the problems, but I believe things would have ended this way even if I had stayed a housewife. Stan would have always put Kate before us. I have no regrets now. I have the most adorable and precious daughter in the world. I don't need anyone else.
The crystal champagne flute trembled in my hand as I watched my mother-in-law's perfectly manicured fingers unwrap my gift. The entire room seemed to hold its breath, not out of anticipation, but from second-hand embarrassment. I'm Emily, and this was the moment I'd been waiting for, though none of them knew it yet. "Oh, how crafty," Patricia said, her voice dripping with the same condescension I'd endured for the past 5 years. She held up the handmade photo album, bound in Italian leather, I'd carefully selected and adorned with hand-painted details of the family estate. Samantha, my sister-in-law, didn't even try to hide her snicker. "Did you get that from Etsy, Emily? Or maybe make it in your little craft room?" I forced a smile, feeling my husband Reed shift uncomfortably beside me. "Actually, I made it myself. I collected photos from everyone's social media and family archives. There's even some rare ones from when you were kids that your father's secretary helped me find." "How resourceful," Patricia said, barely glancing at the pages before setting it aside. She reached for the next gift, a distinctive orange Hermes box that made her eyes light up. "This one's from me, Mother," Samantha announced, shooting me a triumphant look. "I remembered how much you loved mine." The room erupted in appreciative murmurs as Patricia unveiled another Birkin bag, her third by my count. The party guests, scattered around the marble-floored conservatory, nodded approvingly. I took another sip of champagne, noting how the crystal caught the light from the chandelier overhead. "Darling, you shouldn't have," Patricia gushed, her earlier disdain forgotten. "Bradley, look what your daughter got me." My father-in-law barely looked up from his phone but managed a distracted, "Wonderful, dear." "Emily," Gillian, my other sister-in-law, sidled up to me. "Don't feel bad. We can't all afford to give such elaborate gifts. I remember my first Christmas here. Talk about sticker shock." "I'm fine, Gillian," I replied, watching Reed drift away to chat with some cousins. Always drifting away when things got uncomfortable. "The album really is unique," she continued, twirling her pearl necklace. "Though, maybe next year we should go shopping together. I know some great consignment shops that carry last season's designer pieces." I checked my phone discreetly. 9:47 p.m. Landon would be receiving my final confirmation email right about now. "Emily," Patricia's voice cut through my thoughts. "Since you're so good with crafts, perhaps you could help the staff clean up these wrapping papers." Samantha's laugh tinkled like broken glass. "Mother, she's not the help. Though I suppose old habits die hard, right, Emily?" I stood up straighter, smoothing down my dress. Not designer, but tailored perfectly to my measurements. "You're right, Samantha. Old habits do die hard. Speaking of which, how's the family company doing? Still relying on those connections your father made in the 80s? The smile froze on her face. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Nothing at all." I smiled, watching Bradley step outside to take a phone call, his forehead creased with worry. "Just making conversation." "Reed," Patricia called out, "come control your wife. She's being difficult again." Reed approached, that familiar, conflicted look on his face. Maybe we should head home. You seem tired." "Actually," I said, loud enough for everyone to hear, "I'd love to stay. Tomorrow's going to be such an interesting day. Wouldn't want to miss family breakfast." Patricia raised her perfectly groomed eyebrows. "Oh, and what's so special about tomorrow?" I raised my glass in a mock toast. "Let's just say I have another gift for you. One that's been years in the making." "More crafts?" Samantha snorted. "Something like that." I finished my champagne and set the glass down carefully. "Something that will really bring this family together." Reed touched my arm. "Emily, what are you talking about?" I patted his hand. Patience, honey. Good things come to those who wait. And I've waited 5 years for this moment. The room had grown quieter, attention shifting our way. Bradley burst back in, his face ashen, phone clutched in his hand. He whispered something to Patricia, whose eyes widened slightly. "Is everything all right, Father?" I asked innocently. He forced a smile. Of course. Just business. Isn't it always?" I picked up my purse. "Well, this has been lovely. Happy birthday, Patricia. I do hope you'll take time to look through that album. Sometimes the most valuable things can't be bought at Hermes." As Reed and I walked to our car, he grabbed my arm. "What was that about?" I kissed his cheek. "Just wait until tomorrow, darling. I promise it'll be a breakfast to remember." The morning sun streamed through the McCormick Estate's floor-to-ceiling windows as the family gathered for breakfast. I arrived early, watching the staff arrange fresh flowers and set out silver serving trays. The calm before the storm. "Emily," Patricia's voice carried across the dining room. "I'm surprised you're here so early. Usually you're running late." "Wouldn't miss this for the world," I replied, stirring my coffee. "By the way, how did you sleep?" She paused, her hand tightening on her silk robe. "Not well, actually. Bradley was up all night making calls." "Business troubles?" I asked innocently. Before she could answer, Samantha burst in, followed by her husband and Gillian. "Mother, have you seen the news? Something's happening with the company's stocks." Bradley appeared, looking haggard in his usually immaculate suit. "Nothing to worry about, just market fluctuations." Fluctuations? Reed entered, his tie slightly crooked. "Father, I just got calls from 3 board members. They're saying—" "Not now," Bradley snapped, pulling out his phone. I watched them all take their seats, the tension thick enough to cut with the antique butter knife beside my plate. The staff began serving breakfast, eggs Benedict, fresh fruit, and pastries that nobody touched. "Remember when we had that lovely dinner last month?" Samantha said suddenly, her voice sharp. "When Emily told us all about her successful online boutique?" "The one that failed after 3 months," Gillian added helpfully. I smiled. "Yes, right after I sold it for a significant profit, though I guess nobody heard that part." "Sold it?" Reed looked at me. "You never mentioned that." "There's a lot I haven't mentioned, darling." I checked my watch. In fact, the dining room door opened. Enzo, the family company's CFO, rushed in, his face pale. "Mr. Bradley, sir, we have a situation. The lawyers are here." "Lawyers?" Patricia set down her fork. "What lawyers?" As if on cue, Landon walked in, followed by 2 associates. The room fell silent. "Good morning, everyone," Landon said, nodding at me briefly. "I have some documents that require immediate attention." Bradley stood up. "Now, see here. Please, sit down," Landon continued smoothly, opening his briefcase. "These papers outline the recent acquisition of controlling interest in your company, along with necessary restructuring details." "Acquisition?" Samantha's voice rose. "What acquisition?" I took another sip of coffee. "That would be mine." The room exploded. Reed knocked over his orange juice. Patricia's face went white. Bradley lunged for the documents. "This is impossible," he sputtered, scanning the papers. "How did you—" "Shell companies," I explained calmly. "Strategic investments. Those market fluctuations you mentioned. That was me, buying up shares through various entities over the past 2 years." "You?" Samantha laughed hysterically. "You can barely run a boutique." "Actually," Landon interjected, "Mrs. Emily has quite an impressive portfolio of successful business acquisitions. The boutique was just a cover." Reed stared at me. "Emily, what have you done?" "What you all taught me to do," I replied. "Play the game. Think strategically. Isn't that what you always say, Patricia? family legacy is everything. This isn't what I meant, Patricia shrieked. No. I stood up slowly. For 5 years, I've watched you all mock everything I do. My background, my efforts, my gifts. Well, here's another gift for you. One that can't be wrapped in expensive paper or stored in a closet with that handmade album you didn't bother to open. Bradley's phone rang. He answered it, listened, then slowly sank into his chair. The board. They're backing her takeover. Of course they are, I said. They've seen the books. They know what's coming. The question is, did any of you? Gillian burst into tears. Samantha grabbed her phone, frantically typing. Patricia just sat there, staring at nothing. The documents require signatures, Landon announced. Today. Reed grabbed my arm. Emily, stop this. They're my family. I looked at him steadily. And what am I? You're... He faltered. Exactly. I turned to Landon. Please proceed with the paperwork. I believe there's also an eviction notice for the estate? The estate, Patricia found her voice. But this is our home. Was your home, I corrected. Company property, remember. You were so proud of that fact last Christmas. You can't do this, Samantha hissed. I walked to the door, then turned back. Actually, I can, and I did. Happy birthday, Patricia. Consider this my gift to the family legacy. As I left, I heard the chaos erupting behind me. Accusations, sobs, the rustle of legal papers, music to my ears. My phone buzzed. A text from Landon. Phase 1 complete. Ready for Phase 2? I typed back quickly. Absolutely. Let's show them what the poor relation can really do. The afternoon sun beat down on the estate's garden as I watched the family scramble like ants whose hill had been kicked over. Through the French doors, I could see Bradley pacing, phone pressed to his ear, while Patricia huddled with Samantha and Gillian, their designer outfits wrinkled from hours of crisis. Emily, Enzo approached me on the terrace, his usual confidence replaced by nervous energy. Can we talk? Of course. I gestured to a chair. About your position at the company, I assume? He loosened his tie. Look, I know things weren't always... when they told me to exclude you from meetings. Save it, I cut him off. Your loyalty was to them. I understand. The question is, where will your loyalty lie now? Before he could answer, Reed stormed out. Emily, we need to talk. Now. Excuse us, Enzo, I smiled. We'll discuss your future with the company later. Reed waited until Enzo left, then grabbed my arm. What's your endgame here? Humiliating my family? Destroying everything they've built? Everything they've built? I laughed. You mean everything they've squandered? Have you even looked at the company books? That's not the point. It's exactly the point, I snapped. While they were busy mocking my little businesses, I was watching them run their empire into the ground. The only difference is I did something about it. A commotion from inside drew our attention. Samantha was marching toward us, her mascara smeared. You think you've won? She snarled. You think you can just walk in here and take everything? Actually, I walked in here 5 years ago, I replied, when I married Reed. You all just never bothered to see me as anything but the poor girl who didn't belong. Because you don't belong, she jabbed a finger at my chest. You're nothing but a gold digger who got lucky. Lucky? I caught her wrist. You want to talk about luck? How lucky were you to be born into this family, to never have to work for anything, to judge everyone else while living off Daddy's reputation? Let go of me. She yanked her hand away. Reed, are you just going to stand there while she destroys everything? Reed looked between us, his face twisted with indecision. Same old Reed, always trying to please everyone. Mrs. Emily? A staff member appeared. Mr. Landon is here with the additional documents. Perfect timing. I straightened my jacket. Shall we go inside? I believe there are some asset transfers to discuss. The scene in the living room was chaos. Patricia was on the phone with her sister, Bradley was arguing with his lawyer, and Gillian was stress-eating chocolates from a crystal bowl. Everyone, please sit down, Landon announced, spreading documents across the antique coffee table. We need to discuss the transition timeline. Transition? Bradley's face reddened. This is theft. Actually, Landon replied calmly, it's a perfectly legal acquisition. Your signature from this morning made it official. You tricked me. No, your own negligence did that. I picked up a financial report. Would you like me to read out the list of questionable decisions you've made over the past decade? The missed opportunities? The nepotism? Patricia stood up suddenly. I want her out of this house. Now! Mother, Reed started. No! She pointed at me. This woman has corrupted our son, infiltrated our family, and stolen our legacy. I want her gone. I smiled. Actually, Patricia, as of noon today, this is my house, so if anyone's leaving, it's you. The room fell silent. Even the staff stopped pretending to dust. You can't be serious, Gillian whispered. Dead serious. I handed Landon another document. Please serve the eviction notices. Samantha lunged for her phone. I'm calling Uncle Robert. He'll stop this. Robert, from the board? I raised an eyebrow. He signed off on the takeover 2 hours ago, along with the rest of the board members who are tired of watching this family treat the company like their personal piggy bank. Reed grabbed my shoulders. Emily, please, think about what you're doing. I looked into his eyes, seeing real fear there for the first time. I have thought about it. For 5 years, I've thought about nothing else. Every snide comment, every exclusion, every time you stood by and said nothing, it all led to this moment. But they're family, he pleaded. No, Reed, they're your family. I was just the help, remember? The crafty girl who made photo albums instead of buying Birkin bags. I turned to address the room. You have 48 hours to vacate the premises. I suggest you start packing. As I walked out, Samantha's voice followed me. You'll regret this. We'll make you regret this. I paused at the door. The only thing I regret is not doing it sooner. Oh, and Patricia, do keep the photo album. Consider it a souvenir of the empire you lost. The next morning, I sat in Bradley's former office, my office now, watching the security feeds as moving trucks pulled up to the estate. The mahogany desk still held his personal items. Family photos, a gold pen set, remnants of a dynasty crumbling in real time. My phone buzzed. A text from Reed. Where are you? We need to talk. Before I could respond, Landon walked in. The press release is ready. Once we send it, there's no going back. Send it, I said, standing up. And call security. I expect we'll have visitors soon. Right on cue, shouting erupted from the hallway. Samantha burst in, waving her phone. Have you seen this? The stock is plummeting. People are selling everything. That's what happens when years of mismanagement come to light, I replied calmly. Don't worry, I'll stabilise it once the restructuring is complete. Restructuring? She laughed hysterically. Is that what you call destroying people's lives? Security appeared in the doorway, but I waved them off. Destroying lives? Like you destroyed mine at every opportunity. Tell me, Samantha, how many times did you call me the help behind my back? That's different. Or how about when you told the country club I wasn't qualified for membership? Or when you convinced Reed to skip my father's funeral because it wasn't in a suitable neighbourhood? Her face flushed. You're twisting things. No more twisting. I handed her a folder. Here's your severance package. Clean out your office by 5. My office? I'm a vice president. You're a liability, I corrected. with 0 qualifications except your last name. That ends today. The door flew open again. Patricia stormed in, followed by Bradley and Reed. "You evil, calculating witch," Patricia spat. "Do you know what you've done? The board is demanding Bradley's resignation." Good. I sat back down. They should have demanded it years ago. Bradley slammed his hands on the desk. "This company is my life's work." "No," I leaned forward. "This company was your father's life's work. You just rode his coattails while running it into the ground." "Emily," Reed's voice was quiet. "Stop this, please." "Why should I?" I turned to him. "Where was your please when they humiliated me? Where was your protection when your mother called me a gold digger at our own wedding?" "She? What?" Landon looked up from his papers. "Oh, yes," I continued. "Right after the ceremony, she told me I'd trapped her son, that I'd never be good enough. Remember that, Patricia?" Patricia's face went pale. I was upset." "You were honest," I said. "The only time you ever were. Well, now I'm being honest too. You're all fired. The company is mine. The house is mine. The legacy you were so proud of, also mine." "You can't," Samantha started. "Actually, she can," Landon interrupted, passing out more documents. "These detail the systematic financial mismanagement under your leadership. The board has already approved all changes." Reed picked up a paper, his hand shaking. "Emily, you've been planning this for years." "Since the day your mother told me I'd never belong." I met his eyes. Turns out she was right. I don't belong in your family. I belong in charge of it. Security appeared again. "Mrs. Emily, the moving trucks are waiting." Perfect timing. I stood up. "I believe you all have packing to do. Don't forget your precious Birkin bags, Patricia. They might be worth something when you need cash." "This isn't over," Bradley threatened. "Actually, it is." I nodded to security. "Please escort them out and change the access codes once they're gone." As they were led away, Reed lingered. "What about us?" "What about us?" I echoed. "You stood by for 5 years while they tore me down. Did you really think I wouldn't notice? That I wouldn't care?" "I love you," he whispered. "No." I shook my head. "You love the idea of me, the quiet wife who took their abuse and smiled. That woman is gone. So, that's it? Revenge means more than our marriage?" I walked to the window, watching his family being escorted to their cars below. "This isn't just revenge, Reed. It's justice. It's consequences. Something your family never had to face before." "And what about my consequences?" he asked. "You're looking at them." I turned back. "Your things will be delivered to the guest house. I filed for divorce this morning." He stared at me for a long moment, then walked out without another word. Landon cleared his throat. "The press is gathering outside. Would you like to make a statement?" I straightened my jacket, checking my reflection in the window. "Yes. It's time to tell our side of the story. All of it." The media storm hit like a hurricane. By evening, every news channel was running the story. Family empire toppled. Inside the hostile takeover that shocked society. I watched the coverage from my new office, sipping the same expensive scotch Bradley had always bragged about. A knock at the door interrupted my thoughts. It was Enzo, clutching a stack of files. "Emily, we have a situation. The overseas accounts, let me guess, they're empty?" I smiled. Patricia already tried to transfer everything this morning. Landon blocked it. "How did you know?" "Because I know them." I stood up, straightening my blazer. "Schedule an emergency board meeting for tomorrow. It's time to show everyone exactly what this family has been hiding." My phone lit up with Gillian's name. Against my better judgment, I answered, Emily, please, she sobbed. They're saying we have to leave the country club. Samantha's children are being pulled from their private school. Everything's falling apart. Funny how quickly society turns, isn't it? I walked to the window. Remember last month when you all laughed at my cheap car? I'm sorry, we were wrong. Just, please, help us. Like you helped me? I watched a news van pull up outside. Goodbye, Gillian. The door opened again. Reed walked in, looking dishevelled. The divorce papers? Really? Did you expect something different? I kept my voice steady. After everything? I expected my wife to talk to me before destroying my entire family. He threw a newspaper on my desk. The headline screamed, "Society Families Fall from Grace." I tried talking. For 5 years, I tried. I pushed the paper back toward him. Remember last Christmas, when your mother announced she was cutting us out of the will because I wasn't suitable for inheritance? That was just Mom being Mum. No! I slammed my hand down. That was emotional abuse. That was systematic humiliation. And you stood there, silent like always. A commotion outside drew our attention. Through the glass walls, we could see Samantha being escorted out by security, screaming about her personal belongings. She's right about one thing, Reed said quietly. You've changed. I've grown. I sat back down. There's a difference. My phone buzzed, Landon again. Turn on Channel 7. I grabbed the remote. Patricia was on screen, mascara running, giving an impromptu interview outside the estate gates. She tricked us, Patricia wailed. She pretended to be this simple, humble girl, but she was plotting all along. The reporter turned to the camera. Mrs. Patricia claims her daughter-in-law orchestrated a calculated takeover of the family business. The documents show years of financial mismanagement under the family's leadership. Sources say... I muted the TV. Your mother never could handle the spotlight well. This isn't just business anymore, Reed said. This is cruel. Cruel? I laughed, like when they hired private investigators to dig up dirt on my family. Or when Samantha spread rumours about me sleeping my way into the marriage. I never knew about... Of course you did. I stood up, anger finally breaking through. You knew everything. You just chose to ignore it because it was easier than standing up to them. Security appeared at the door. Mrs. Emily, Mr. Bradley is attempting to enter the building. Don't let him in. I turned back to Reed. You should go. Your family needs you. They always have. And you don't? I needed you years ago. I opened the divorce papers. Now, I need you to sign these. He stared at them for a long moment. You know what the funny thing is? They were right about one thing. We never really knew you. No, I corrected. You never bothered to know me. There's a difference. After he left, I called Landon. How's the media strategy going? Perfect, he replied. The board is fully behind you. The stock's already stabilising. But what? Samantha's threatening to go public with some allegations. Says she has proof you manipulated company records. I smiled. Let her try. I have 5 years of recorded conversations that say otherwise. You recorded them? Every snide comment, every threat, every backroom deal. I looked at the photo of the family on Bradley's desk, my desk now. They taught me well, didn't they? Always keep evidence. The press wants an official statement, Landon said. Tell them I'll do one interview, tomorrow morning. It's time everyone learned who really built this empire and who tried to destroy it. As I hung up, another text from Reed appeared. My mother's being admitted to the hospital. Stress. Are you happy now? I typed back. Happiness was never the goal. Justice was. Then I turned off my phone and watched the sun set over the city I now controlled. The kingdom they'd built on arrogance was mine, built on something much stronger. Revenge served cold, calculated and complete. The morning news interview felt like a final nail in the coffin. I sat across from the reporter, wearing my sharpest suit, every word calculated. "So, Emily," the reporter leaned forward, "why did you do it?" "Simple," I replied, maintaining eye contact with the camera. The company was failing under their leadership. Someone had to save it, and the jobs of hundreds of employees. The family claims you deceived them. Did I? I smiled. Or did they deceive themselves into thinking they were untouchable? As soon as the interview ended, Landon rushed in. "We have a problem. Samantha's gone to the SEC with allegations." "Right on schedule," I said, checking my watch. "Time for phase 2. The elevator ride to the executive floor was interrupted at the lobby. Gillian stumbled in, looking frantic. "Emily, thank God! I have something you need to hear." "Let me guess. Samantha sent you?" "No." She grabbed my arm. "Listen, they're planning something. Bradley, he has connections with..." The elevator doors opened to reveal Samantha herself, standing with 2 men in suits. "Well," I said, stepping out, "this should be interesting." "Emily," one of the men stepped forward. "I'm from the Securities and Exchange Commission. We need to discuss some irregularities." "Of course." I gestured to my office. "Landon, bring in the files." Samantha's triumphant smile faltered as Landon wheeled in a cart loaded with documents. "What's this?" she demanded. "Evidence," I replied simply. "Every illegal transaction, every manipulated report, every instance of insider trading for the past decade, all with signatures, dates, and witnesses." The SEC investigators' eyes widened as they began flipping through the papers. "You're bluffing," Samantha sputtered. "Am I?" I pulled out a USB drive. "This contains recordings of your father discussing market manipulation with board members. Would you like to hear them?" Gillian backed away. "Samantha, what did you do?" "What? I had to," Samantha shrieked. "We were losing everything." "Mrs. Emily?" One investigator looked up. "How long have you been collecting this evidence?" "Since the day Patricia told me I'd never understand their world." I sat down at my desk. "Turns out, I understood it better than they did." Security appeared at the door. "Mom, Mr. Bradley is here with his lawyer." "Perfect timing," I nodded. "Send them in." Bradley burst in, his face red. "You think you can threaten us with fake evidence?" "Fake?" I pressed play on my computer. His voice filled the room. "Of course it's illegal, but who's going to catch us? We own the regulators." The colour drained from his face. "That's from last year's Christmas party," I explained. Amazing what people say when they think the help isn't listening. The SEC investigators exchanged glances. "Mr. Bradley, we're going to need you to come with us." "You can't," Samantha started. "Actually, they can." Landon handed her a document. "And this is a restraining order. You're no longer allowed on company property." "You planned this," she whispered, "or all of it." "No, you planned it." I stood up. "Every time you belittled me, every time you flaunted your power, you were just giving me more ammunition." "Emily," Bradley's voice cracked, "we're family." "Family?" I laughed. "Family doesn't destroy each other. Well, usually. Consider this a lesson in karma." As security escorted them out, Gillian lingered. "What about me?" "That depends." I studied her. "What were you really coming to tell me?" She glanced at the SEC investigators, then back at me. They were planning to destroy evidence. Bradley has a hidden safe in his summer house." "I know." I smiled. "It's already been seized. But thank you for finally choosing the right side." After everyone left, Landon stayed behind. "That was quite a show." "It's not over." I checked my phone. "Reed's lawyer just sent a counter-offer for the divorce settlement." "What are you going to do?" What I always do. I picked up my coat. Stay 3 steps ahead. Schedule a press conference for tomorrow. It's time to announce the company's new direction. And the family. I paused at the door. They taught me everything I know about business, about power, about family. Now they can learn their final lesson. Which is? Never underestimate the person you think is beneath you. I smiled. They might just end up owning everything you have. As I walked out, my phone buzzed with a text from Reed. My father's being questioned by the SEC. Is this what you wanted? I typed back, no. What I wanted was respect. What they're getting is justice. Then I turned off my phone and headed to my next meeting. The day wasn't over yet, and neither was my plan. The courthouse steps were crowded with reporters when I arrived. Bradley and Patricia stood with their lawyers, their designer clothes unable to hide their defeat. Samantha huddled nearby, sunglasses hiding what I assumed were tears. Emily! A reporter shoved a microphone in my face. Any comment on the SEC investigation? Justice comes in many forms, I replied, walking past them. Inside, Reed sat with his family. He looked tired, older somehow. Our eyes met briefly before Landon touched my arm. They're ready for us, he whispered. The judge entered and everyone rose. I could feel Patricia's glare burning into my back. Your Honour, Bradley's lawyer began, my clients contest the legitimacy of these business transactions. Mrs. Emily clearly manipulated. Objection, Landon interrupted. We have documented proof of every transaction, all legally executed. Approach the bench, the judge ordered. As the lawyers huddled forward, Samantha leaned forward from her seat. You must be so proud of yourself, she hissed, destroying a family legacy. You destroyed it yourselves, I whispered back. I just exposed the rot. Order, the judge called out. Having reviewed the evidence, I'm prepared to rule. The room fell silent. I could hear Patricia's rapid breathing behind me. The court finds no irregularities in the business acquisition. Furthermore, the evidence of previous management's misconduct is overwhelming. Mr. Bradley, you're hereby ordered to surrender all remaining company documents and assets. This is outrageous. Bradley stood up. Your Honour, this company has been in my family for... Sit down, Mr. Bradley, the judge warned, unless you'd like to discuss the SEC violations in detail. Bradley collapsed back into his chair. Patricia began to sob. Additionally, the judge continued, the restraining orders against Mrs. Samantha and Mrs. Patricia will remain in effect. You are not to contact Mrs. Emily or enter any company properties. Landon handed me a note. Press waiting outside. Ready? I nodded, standing as the judge concluded the hearing. Reed caught up to me in the hallway. Emily, wait. He grabbed my hand. Can we talk? Please? About what? I pulled away. How you're still defending them. How you watched them tear me down for years. I was wrong, he said quietly. I see that now. Now? I laughed bitterly. Now that they've lost everything? Now that your comfortable world is gone? No. He ran his hands through his hair. Now that I see how strong you really are. How blind I was. Before I could respond, Samantha's voice rang out. You bitch! You've ruined everything! She lunged at me, but security intercepted her. As they dragged her away, she screamed, We made you! You were nothing before us! No! I called after her. You broke me, and in breaking me, you created this version of yourself. Outside, the media circus waited. Cameras flashed as Bradley and Patricia hurried to their car. Not the usual luxury vehicle, I noticed, but a modest sedan. Mrs. Emily! Reporters shouted. What's next for the company? I stepped up to the microphones. Today marks a new chapter. The company will be restructured, focusing on ethical business practices and employee welfare. The era of nepotism and corruption is over. "And what about your marriage?" someone called out. I looked at Reed, who stood at the edges of the crowd. Some things can't be fixed once they're broken, just like trust. Back at the office, Landon reviewed the aftermath. Stock's up 15%. The board's fully behind your leadership and Patricia's been admitted to the hospital again? Stress. I sat down heavily in my chair. Send flowers. White lilies. She always hated them. Feeling merciful? No. I smiled, just finishing what they started. They taught me everything about power, remember? My phone buzzed. A text from Gillian. They're saying Bradley might face criminal charges. Is there anything you can do? I typed back. There was, 5 years ago. They chose differently. Landon cleared his throat. One more thing. Reed's lawyer sent over the signed divorce papers. I opened the envelope. There, on the last page, Reed's signature. Below it, a handwritten note. I'm sorry I never stood up for you. You deserved better. File them, I told Landon, and schedule a board meeting for tomorrow. It's time to rebuild this company the right way. As the sun set over the city, I stood at my office window. Below, I could see Bradley's car still in the parking lot, him sitting alone inside. Once, that sight might have moved me to pity. Now, it just reminded me of how far I'd come. My phone buzzed one last time. Reed again. Was it worth it? All of this? I looked at the empire I'd taken, the family I'd broken, the justice I'd served. Yes, I typed back. Every single moment. Then I turned back to my desk. There was still work to do, a company to run, and a legacy to build. My own this time, not theirs. The autumn wind scattered leaves across the estate's driveway as I supervised the movers. Patricia's precious antiques were being donated to museums, Bradley's rare book collection to universities. The house would become a corporate retreat centre. Fitting, since it was company property all along. My phone buzzed. A news alert. Bradley pleads guilty to securities fraud. Mrs. Emily? One of the movers held up the handmade photo album I'd given Patricia. Found this in the trash. Should we salvage it? Yes. I took it, running my fingers over the leather cover. Put it in my office. Emily? A familiar voice made me turn. Reed stood there looking uncomfortable in casual clothes. I heard you were here today. Final clean-up, I explained. Your mother's things are being packed for storage. She can collect them when she's released from the hospital. That's kind of you. It's business, I corrected. Everything's inventoried and documented. A sleek car pulled up and Samantha stepped out. She'd lost weight and her designer clothes had been replaced by department store basics. Still here? She tried for her old sneer, but it fell flat. Coming to gloat? Actually, I held out an envelope. I came to give you this. She opened it suspiciously. A job offer? Entry-level position at one of our subsidiaries. No special treatment. No family connections. Just work. Why would you do this? Because, unlike you, I understand the difference between revenge and cruelty. I turned to the house. You can earn your way back up, if you're willing to work for it. Reed stepped closer. Emily, I've been thinking, don't. I held up my hand. We both know it's too late for that. Is it? He pulled out a familiar leather-bound book. I found my copy of your album, actually looked at it this time. And I realised something. You captured everything, every family moment, every celebration. You were always there, always trying. We were the ones who weren't. Samantha sniffed. So what? We're supposed to apologise and everything goes back to normal? Nothing goes back to normal, I said. But maybe something new can start. Take the job offer, Samantha. Prove you're more than your last name. A town car pulled up and Landon stepped out. Emily, the board is waiting. We need to discuss the restructuring. Of course. I turned to leave, then paused. Reed, tell your mother I'll have her medical bills covered, not for her, for the person I used to be, the one who believed in family. And what about us? He asked quietly. There is no us anymore, but maybe someday there can be peace. I handed him the photo album from the trash. Keep this. Remember why it happened, not just what happened. As I walked to the car, Samantha called out, When do I start? The job, I mean. Monday, don't be late. I smiled slightly. And Samantha, no Birkin bags in the office. In the car, Landon reviewed the day's agenda. The press wants to know if you'll keep the family name on the building. No. I looked back at the estate growing smaller in the distance. New name, new legacy, new story. Speaking of story, he handed me a newspaper. They're calling you the Queen of Corporate Revenge now. They're wrong. I closed the photo album still in my lap. This was never about revenge. It was about justice, about consequences, about breaking a cycle of toxicity. My phone lit up with a text from Gillian. Took your advice. Starting my own business. Small, but mine. Then another from Reed. You were right. About everything. I'm sorry it took losing you to see it. Finally, one from Patricia. The lilies, white ones, you remembered I hate them. I typed back to Patricia. Yes, just like you remembered every way to hurt me. The difference is, I learned from it. The car stopped at the office building. My building now. The sign crews were already removing the old family name. Ready? Landon asked. I looked at the photo album one last time before placing it in my briefcase. Yes, it's time to build something better. And the family? They'll survive. I stepped out into the sunlight. Maybe they'll even learn something, but that's not my story anymore. As I walked into the building, employees nodded respectfully. Not out of fear like they had with Bradley, but with genuine regard. I'd earned this every step of the way. My phone buzzed one final time. Samantha. Thank you for the chance. I won't waste it. I smiled, putting the phone away. Sometimes the best revenge isn't revenge at all. It's growing strong enough to break the cycle, wise enough to offer grace, and brave enough to write your own story. The old empire was gone, but something better would rise in its place. Something built on merit, not malice. On strength, not superiority. Something that was entirely mine.
The sound of dirt hitting my father's casket should have been the worst thing I heard today. It wasn't. That honor belongs to my husband's whispered ultimatum, delivered between clenched teeth while he gripped my elbow too tight. Either we move in with my parents, or I'm filing for divorce. I'm Willow, and this is how my marriage died on the same day we buried my father. The funeral crowd had thinned to just family now, if you could call Jake's parents that anymore. Martha stood across the grave, her vulture-like stare boring into me while Henry hovered at her shoulder like a shadow. They'd been circling closer all afternoon, probably rehearsing their practice speeches about family duty and doing what's best. You're hurting me, I said, trying to pull away from Jake's grip. He loosened his hold but didn't let go. This isn't a negotiation, Willow. Dad's retiring next month. They need us. My father's body isn't even cold. Exactly. You're emotional. You're not thinking clearly about what's best for everyone. I stared at the fresh dirt, fighting the urge to laugh. Or scream. Or both. What's best for everyone? Or what's best for your mother? Don't start with that again. Jake's voice carried that familiar warning tone, the one that usually made me back down. Mom and Dad have given us everything. The least we can do is help them transition into retirement. Samuel, my father's oldest friend, approached slowly from the cemetery path. His presence was like a lifeline, and Jake's grip finally fell away. Martha's eyes narrowed at the interruption. "Willow, dear," Samuel said, his weathered face creased with genuine concern. "Your father would have wanted you to take some time. Process things." "We're family," Martha cut in, gliding forward. "We'll help her process. Won't we, Jake?" I watched my husband nod, the same way he always did when his mother spoke. 15 years of marriage, and I'd never seen him refuse her anything. The weight of my father's estate papers felt heavy in my purse, papers Jake didn't know about yet. Papers that would change everything. "I need to go," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "I have things to arrange at the house." "Our house," Jake corrected. "And it's too big for one person. Mom and Dad's place makes more sense." I said I need to go. Samuel touched my shoulder. "I'll drive you." "She's fine," Jake snapped. "I'll take my wife home." "Actually," I said, "I'm not fine. And I'm not going anywhere with you right now." Martha gasped, perfectly timed for maximum dramatic effect. "Jake, darling, you see how she's acting? This is exactly why she needs us." I turned away, Samuel falling into step beside me. Behind us, I could hear Martha's voice rising. Could practically see Jake's face reddening with that specific shade of embarrassment his mother always managed to produce. "You can't just walk away from family," Martha called after me. But I could. I was. The truth hit me halfway to Samuel's car. I'd been walking away from myself for 15 years, one small step at a time. Letting Jake's family reshape me into their idea of a proper wife. Watching my own dreams fade like old photographs. Not anymore. Samuel opened the car door, and I slid inside, my hands shaking as I buckled the seatbelt. Through the windshield, I could see Jake and his parents huddled together, 3 heads bent in conversation. Planning their next move, no doubt. Let them plan. They didn't know about the recordings yet. Or the letters. Or the truth about what my father had discovered before he died. They had no idea what was coming. Samuel's car pulled up to my father's estate, my estate now, just as the sun was setting. The old Victorian shadow stretched across the lawn like a warning. Jake's Mercedes already sat in the driveway, a sleek reminder that I couldn't avoid what was coming. "You don't have to go in alone," Samuel said, his hand still gripping the steering wheel. "Actually, I do." I gathered my purse, feeling the weight of the estate papers inside. "But thank you. For everything." The front door opened before I reached it. Jake stood there, jacket off, sleeves rolled up like he was ready for battle. Behind him, I could hear Martha's voice floating from the kitchen, probably already reorganizing my cabinets. "Nice of you to finally join us," Jake said, stepping aside to let me pass. "Mom's making dinner. In my kitchen. Our kitchen, Willow. And she's trying to help." I moved past him, the familiar scent of Martha's signature pot roast hitting me like a slap. She'd cooked the same meal for every major event in our married life, birthdays, anniversaries, the day Jake made partner at his firm. Now here it was again, on the day we buried my father. "There you are." Martha's voice carried that artificial brightness she reserved for public performances. She stood at my counter, wearing an apron I'd never seen before, probably brought from her own house. "Henry, look who finally made it home." My father-in-law barely glanced up from his phone, mumbling something that might have been a greeting. "I'm not hungry," I said, heading for the stairs. Jake caught my arm. "Mom went to all this trouble." "Let her go, darling," Martha cut in, her knife clicking against the cutting board. "She's grieving." Though I do wish she'd consider how her behavior affects others. I jerked away from Jake's grip, taking the stairs 2 at a time. Behind me, I heard Martha's stage whisper, "You see what I mean? This is exactly why she needs us here." My father's study door was ajar. I pushed it open, expecting the familiar comfort of his space. Instead, I froze. The room had been ransacked. Drawers hung open, papers scattered across the desk. The painting behind his chair, the one he'd always joked contained his secrets, hung crooked on the wall. My hands shook as I straightened it, revealing the wall safe behind. Still locked. Thank God. Looking for something specific? I spun around. Jake stood in the doorway, his face unreadable. "What did you do?" "Me?" He stepped inside, closing the door. "I was looking for the will. Since you ran off with Samuel instead of discussing things like an adult. The will is with the lawyers. You know that." "Do I?" "You've been awfully secretive lately." He moved closer, and I caught a whiff of scotch on his breath. "Just like your father was, at the end." A chill ran through me. "What's that supposed to mean?" "It means," Jake said, his voice dropping, "that I know he changed his will 3 weeks ago. Right after our last dinner together. Right after Martha and I told him about our plans for developing this property." The pieces clicked into place. The tension at that dinner. My father's sudden insistence on updating his estate planning. The way Jake and Martha had been hovering ever since, watching Dad like hawks. "You were planning this before he even died?" "Planning what?" "To take care of family? To make something of this oversized monument to your father's ego?" Jake ran a hand through his hair, a gesture I once found endearing. "Your father was sick, Willow. He wasn't thinking clearly." Footsteps creaked on the stairs, followed by Martha's voice, "Everything all right up there?" "Fine, Mom," Jake called back, his eyes never leaving mine. "Willow's just having a moment." I moved toward the door, but he blocked my path. "We're not done here." "Actually," I said, "I think we are. On several levels." His laugh was ugly. "You really want to do this? Fight me over a house and some land? Because I promise you, Willow, you won't win." I thought of the recordings in my purse. The letters. The truth about what Jake and his family had been planning all along. "We'll see about that," I said, pushing past him into the hallway. Martha stood at the top of the stairs, concern painted perfectly across her face. "Dinner's ready, dears. Why don't we all sit down and talk about this like family?" Family. The word had never sounded more like a threat. The blueprints spread across Samuel's kitchen table might as well have been a death sentence for my father's estate. Architectural drawings showed modern buildings sprawling across the land, cutting through gardens my father had tended for 30 years. The date in the corner, 3 months ago, burned into my vision. "Jake had these drawn up before Dad even got sick," I said, my fingers tracing the sharp lines that would destroy everything my father built. "Look at his signature here. And Martha's company logo." Samuel placed a steaming mug of coffee beside me. "There's more." He slid a folder across the table. Inside, I found emails between Jake and various developers, all dated weeks before my father's death. The language was careful, coded, but the intent was clear. They'd been planning to transform the estate into a luxury family compound, complete with separate wings for Jake's parents. They were just waiting for him to die. "Not exactly," Samuel said, pulling out another document. "They were waiting for him to sign this." The paper trembled in my hands as I read. "A transfer of power of attorney, drafted but never signed. My father's signature line sat empty at the bottom, a small victory from beyond the grave. My phone buzzed, another message from Jake. I'd left the house last night after refusing to join their family dinner, and he'd been alternating between threats and pleading ever since. You should read this one, Samuel said, holding up a final email. It's from Martha to the developers, dated 2 weeks before your father's death. The words blurred through tears of rage. Once we secure power of attorney, we can proceed regardless of Willow's objections. Jake assures me she'll fall in line or face consequences. A key turned in Samuel's front door. I scrambled to gather the papers, but Samuel held up a hand. I invited someone. Henry stepped into the kitchen, looking smaller somehow without Martha hovering nearby. His eyes fell on the blueprints. So you found them, he said. Did you know? I demanded. The whole time, did you know what they were planning? He sank into a chair, suddenly every bit his 62 years. Martha said it was for the best. That we'd all be together, like a real family should be. By destroying my father's home? Your father. Henry's laugh was bitter. Do you know what Martha called him? The obstacle. Every night, planning and plotting, while I sat there watching my wife and son turn into people I didn't recognize. My phone buzzed again. Jake's message flashed across the screen, Mom's lawyers are ready. Don't make this harder than it needs to be. They're meeting with contractors today, Henry said, pulling out his own phone. Martha thinks she's won already. She's picking out paint colors for her wing of the house. I stood up so fast my chair toppled backward. They can't. The property isn't even. They don't care, Henry cut in. They never have. It's always been about control. Martha's control. And Jake. He shook his head. Jake never learned to say no to her. Samuel touched my arm. Show him. I pulled out my father's last letter from my purse, the one I'd found in the safe after Jake's failed search. Henry read it slowly, his face growing paler with each line. Your father knew, he whispered. All this time, he knew what they were planning. And he left me everything I need to stop them. I gathered the blueprints and emails. The question is, Henry, whose side are you really on? He stared at his hands for a long moment. When he looked up, something had shifted in his eyes. Martha's at the estate now, he said. She's meeting the contractors at noon. She thinks. He swallowed hard. She thinks she's finally winning. She's not, I said, checking my watch. Because in exactly 45 minutes, I'm going to show her what losing really looks like. Samuel picked up his car keys. I'll drive. Henry stood, straightening his shoulders. I'm coming too. It's time someone stood up to Martha. Even if it has to be me. My phone buzzed one final time. Jake's message was just one line, last chance, Willow. Don't do anything you'll regret. But as we headed for Samuel's car, regret was the last thing on my mind. They wanted a war over my father's legacy? Fine. I'd give them one they'd never forget. Martha's face turned ashen when we walked into the estate's garden. She stood among a cluster of contractors, architectural plans spread across a portable table. Her perfectly manicured finger frozen midpoint on the paper. Jake's expression shifted from confusion to rage as Henry stepped out from behind me. What is he doing here? Martha's voice could have frozen hell. Telling the truth, for once, Henry said. The contractors shifted uncomfortably as I approached the table. One of them, older, with kind eyes, glanced between the blueprints and my face. Mrs. Davidson, I wasn't aware this was a contested development. It's not contested, Jake cut in, moving to stand beside his mother. My wife is just emotional right now. Her father's passing. Her father's murder, you mean? Samuel's quiet words dropped like bombs in the garden. Martha's clipboard clattered to the ground. Jake went still. What did you say? His voice was dangerous, low. I pulled out my father's last letter, along with the medical reports we'd found hidden in his safe. Dad knew about the development plans. He also knew about the sleeping pills Martha had been slipping into his evening tea. Convenient timing, wasn't it? His sudden decline just when you needed him to sign over power of attorney? That's ridiculous, Martha snapped, but her hands were shaking. Henry, tell them how ridiculous this is. I found the pills in your purse, Martha. Henry's voice cracked. 3 days before he died. I told myself I was imagining things. That you wouldn't. That our son wouldn't. The contractors were already packing up, murmuring apologies and quick exits. The older one paused beside me, pressing his card into my hand. Call us when this is sorted, Mrs. Davidson. Legally sorted. Jake grabbed my arm as I tried to follow them. You're making a mistake. The mistake was thinking you ever loved me more than your mother's approval. I jerked away from him. The police are already reviewing the evidence. They're very interested in Martha's monthly prescriptions for sleeping medication. And the timing of your development plans. You wouldn't dare. Martha's perfect facade cracked. After everything we've done for you. Done for me? The laugh that escaped me didn't sound like my own. You mean like systematically isolating me from my friends? Criticizing every decision I made? Planning to destroy my father's legacy while he was still alive? We were trying to help, Jake insisted, but his eyes darted to the medical reports in my hand. Mom just wanted what was best for everyone. Best for everyone? Henry's voice rose. Our son is facing possible conspiracy charges because you couldn't wait a few more months for a legal inheritance? Because you had to control everything, everyone, all the time? Martha turned on him, teeth bared. Don't you dare turn on me now. Everything I did for this family. No. I held up my phone, recording app running. Everything you did for yourself. And now everyone's going to know exactly what kind of person you are. Jake lunged for the phone, but Samuel stepped between us. In the distance, sirens wailed. That'll be Detective Morris, Samuel said quietly. He's very interested in speaking with all of you. Martha's composure shattered completely. Jake, do something. But Jake just stood there, looking lost, like a puppet whose strings had been cut. For the first time, I saw him clearly, not as my husband or Martha's son, but as a hollow man who'd never had the courage to be himself. It's over, I said, watching police cars turn into the driveway. The estate stays as it is. And you all get to explain to the police exactly why my father died 3 days before your development plans were set to begin. You'll regret this, Martha hissed, but her eyes were wild with fear. I thought of my father's last days, of the confusion in his eyes that we'd all dismissed as natural decline. Of the team Martha insisted on preparing herself. Of Jake's convenient business trips that kept him away from witnessing his mother's frequent visits. No, I said, watching Detective Morris approach with his officers. I don't think I will. The handcuffs clicked shut around Martha's wrists, and somewhere in the garden, a bird began to sing. Detective Morris's words echoed through the estate's empty living room. Martha made bail an hour ago. I gripped the armchair, knuckles white. Through the window, I could see Henry pacing the garden, phone pressed to his ear. He hadn't spoken to Martha since her arrest 3 days ago. What about Jake? My voice sounded distant, even to myself. Still in custody. Morris flipped through his notes. But his lawyer's good. Very good. They're already spinning a story about him being manipulated by his mother, claiming he had no knowledge of the sleeping pills. Samuel set a glass of water in front of me, but I couldn't bring myself to drink. He knew. He had to know. Proving it is another matter. Morris leaned forward. We need more than circumstantial evidence. Something concrete linking him directly to your father's death. My phone buzzed, another text from an unknown number. I'd been getting them since Martha's arrest, each one more threatening than the last. This one made my blood freeze. Check the greenhouse. Willow? Samuel touched my shoulder. What is it? I was already moving, Morris and Samuel following as I rushed across the lawn. The greenhouse had been my father's sanctuary, filled with rare orchids he'd spent decades cultivating. The door hung slightly ajar. Inside, devastation greeted us. Every plant had been methodically destroyed, orchid stems snapped, pots shattered. On my father's workbench lay a single teacup, identical to the ones Martha had used. Don't touch anything, Morris barked, pulling out his phone. But my eyes caught something else, a flash of white beneath the broken pottery. I pointed, and Morris carefully extracted a stack of papers. Bank statements. Emails. A second will, dated before the one we'd found in the safe. These are fake, Samuel said, examining them. They're trying to create a paper trail showing your father intended to sell the estate. Martha's handwriting, I said, recognizing the forged signatures. But the plan? This is all Jake. This is how he thinks. Henry appeared in the doorway, face ashen. Martha's gone. Her phone's disconnected, and she cleared out our accounts this morning. A crash from the house made us all jump. We rushed back, Morris drawing his weapon. The front door stood wide open. Inside, Jake stood in my father's study, hands raised as 2 officers trained their weapons on him. At his feet lay the open safe, empty. Looking for these? I held up the stack of evidence from the greenhouse. His eyes narrowed. You don't understand what you're doing. I understand perfectly. You and Martha thought you could forge documents showing Dad wanted to sell. Plant them in the greenhouse, make it look like he'd hidden them. Then discover them after destroying the real evidence. She's lying, Jake said to Morris. Everything in that safe proved Willow's been manipulating the situation. My mother was trying to protect our family's interests. By killing my father? By doing what needed to be done. Jake's composure cracked. You never appreciated what we were trying to build. A legacy. A real family. Not this mausoleum to your father's ego. Henry stepped forward. Where is she, Jake? Where did your mother go? Why? So you can betray her again? Jake's laugh was ugly. You're as weak as Willow's father was. At least Mom had the courage to take action. My phone buzzed again. Another unknown number, but this time with an image, Martha, sitting in what looked like an airport lounge, holding today's newspaper. The text below, last chance. Sign over the estate, or the real evidence about your father's death goes public. She's bluffing, Samuel said, reading over my shoulder. But Jake's smile told a different story. Are you sure about that? Mom kept very detailed records of her visits with your father. Every cup of tea, every conversation. Would you like the world to know how long he suffered before the end? How many times he begged for help while you were too busy to notice? The room spun. Morris was saying something about tracking Martha's phone, Henry was shouting at Jake, but all I could hear was my father's voice from his last days. Something's wrong, Willow. Something's not right. I'd dismissed it as confusion. We all had. Jake's smile widened as he watched me process this. Tick-tock, Willow. How much of Dad's legacy are you willing to destroy to protect your own? Martha's evidence arrived in a plain manila envelope, delivered to the estate by courier. Inside, I found photos, handwritten notes, and a USB drive that documented every step of my father's decline. The final photo showed him in his study, cup of tea in hand, dated the day before he died. The look in his eyes, confusion, fear, betrayal, made my knees buckle. You can't trust these, Samuel said, but his voice lacked conviction. They could be manipulated. Detective Morris examined the USB drive. The metadata's intact. These are original, unaltered files. Jake sat across the room, still in handcuffs but wearing that familiar smirk. Mom always was thorough. Especially when it came to protecting the family. Protecting the family? Henry's voice cracked. She killed a man, Jake. Your wife's father. She eliminated an obstacle. Jake leaned forward. Just like Willow's become an obstacle. But there's still time to fix this. Sign over the estate and everything goes away. The evidence, the investigation, all of it. Morris's phone buzzed. He stepped away to take the call, then returned looking grim. Martha's been spotted boarding a private plane to a non-extradition country. We're trying to ground it, but... Too late, Jake said. She's probably already in international airspace. Tick-tock, Willow. Once she releases those files to the media, your father's legacy becomes a scandal. Every newspaper, every TV station will run stories about the confused old man who died under suspicious circumstances while his daughter was too busy to notice. My hands shook as I lifted another photo from the envelope. Dad in his garden, looking lost among his beloved orchids. Martha's handwriting on the back, day 47, increased dosage. Subject showing signs of severe confusion. Subject, I whispered. She documented his murder like a science experiment. She documented your negligence, Jake corrected. The devoted mother-in-law who tried to warn you something was wrong. Who stepped in to care for him while you focused on your career. The grieving widow who noticed his decline but couldn't convince his daughter to pay attention. Samuel grabbed my arm as I lurched toward Jake. He's baiting you. The papers are ready, Jake continued. One signature and this all disappears. Mom releases a statement about a misunderstanding, returns to help manage the estate development. Your father's reputation stays intact. Everyone wins. Everyone except Dad. He's dead, Willow. But you're not. Think about your future. About the scandal this will cause. About how people will look at you, wondering if you knew all along what was happening to him. Morris cleared his throat. The planes cleared U.S. airspace. We've notified Interpol, but nothing will stick, Jake finished. Not without creating a media circus that destroys everything your father built. Is that what you want? To turn his legacy into a true crime podcast? I looked around the study, at the books Dad loved, the photos of us together, the garden visible through the window. Everything he'd built, everything he'd loved, tainted by Martha's methodical documentation of his murder. Time's running out, Jake said softly. Mom's given you 1 hour to decide. After that, the files go public. Every detail, every photo, every moment of his suffering. Is your revenge worth destroying his memory? Henry stepped forward. There has to be another way. There isn't. Jake's smile was triumphant. Mom made sure of that. She always does. My phone buzzed, another message from Martha. A video this time, showing Dad in his final days, confused and afraid, calling out for me while Martha's voice soothed him with promises to help. I'll need to see the papers, I said quietly. Willow, no, Samuel protested. But I was already reaching for the document Jake's lawyer had delivered. The estate transfer agreement that would give them everything they wanted. Everything they'd killed for. Smart girl, Jake said. I knew you'd make the right choice. I lifted the pen, feeling its weight like a coffin nail. In the garden, the last of Dad's orchids swayed in the breeze, survivors of Martha's destruction. Soon they'd be gone too, replaced by whatever monument to greed Jake and his mother planned to build. Just sign, Jake urged. End this nightmare. The pen hovered over the signature line as Martha's final text arrived, time's up. Choose wisely. The pen never touched the paper. Instead, I reached for my father's favorite teacup, the one still sitting on his desk, the one Martha had used for her final dose. What are you doing? Jake's smirk faltered. Something Dad taught me. I lifted the cup, examining its delicate pattern. About orchids. About patience. About hidden things. Samuel stepped closer, realization dawning on his face. I caught his eye, saw him reach slowly for his phone. Enough games, Jake snapped. Sign the papers, or Mom releases everything. You mean like this? I turned the cup over, revealing the tiny camera lens embedded in its base. Dad wasn't as confused as you thought. He knew something was wrong, so he started watching. Recording. The color drained from Jake's face. You're lying. The cameras were everywhere. In his teacups, his books, even the orchid pot Martha destroyed yesterday. I nodded to Morris, who was already typing on his phone. Every conversation, every cup of tea, every secret meeting about development plans. All streaming to a secure server. Impossible, Jake whispered, but his eyes darted to the cup, then to his handcuffs. Your mother was thorough, Jake. But Dad was thorough too. I placed the cup back on the desk. He knew you were planning something. He just didn't expect his own family to kill him for it. Martha's voice suddenly filled the room, from Morris's phone, streaming the server's contents. Just drink your tea, Richard. Jake and I have everything under control. Jake lunged forward, despite his restraints. Turn it off! Can't do that, Morris said, nodding to his officers. This is evidence now. All of it. You don't understand, Jake's voice cracked. Mom will release everything. The photos, the videos. Let her. I stepped closer, close enough to see the fear replacing his arrogance. Let the world see what she documented. What you helped cover up. Every file she releases will match perfectly with Dad's recordings, except his show the whole truth. Samuel's phone buzzed. Martha's plane just turned around. Interpol's orders. That's impossible, Jake said. She has diplomatic immunity. Had, Henry cut in, holding up his own phone. I just spoke with our family lawyer. Seems Martha's immunity was tied to my position on the diplomatic corps. The position I resigned from 10 minutes ago. Jake slumped in his chair. Dad, you can't. Can't what? Stand by while your mother faces justice? Like I did when she killed Richard? Henry's voice shook. I've done enough standing by. My phone lit up with a message from Martha, the last one she'd ever send me. You'll regret this. I typed back 3 words, watch the tea. The officers led Jake away as Morris played more recordings. Martha's voice filled the room again, documenting her crimes in perfect detail, while Dad's hidden cameras captured every moment, every confession, every calculated move. The orchids, Samuel said softly. He hid cameras in the orchids she destroyed yesterday. She thought she was destroying evidence, I replied. She was actually preserving it. Every broken pot released another memory card. Your father, Henry's voice cracked. He knew? He suspected. That's why he changed his will, why he left everything in trust. I picked up the estate transfer papers, tearing them slowly in half. He made sure Martha and Jake could never touch it, no matter what happened to him. Morris ended the playback. We'll need your testimony. You'll have it. Every detail. I looked around the study, at the home Martha had tried to steal, at the legacy she tried to destroy. Let her release her evidence. Let everyone see exactly what kind of person she is. Samuel touched my shoulder. Richard would be proud. No, I said, watching Jake's police escort disappear down the driveway. He'd be heartbroken. But he'd understand. In the garden, through the study window, I could see the surviving orchids swaying in the breeze. Dad's final witnesses, keeping their secrets safe until the moment of truth. Just like he taught me. The verdict came down like thunder in the quiet courtroom. Martha's face remained stone still as the judge read out her sentence, but her hands trembled, rattling her handcuffs. Jake wouldn't look at me, wouldn't look at anyone. His earlier bravado dissolved into something smaller, more fragile. Henry sat beside me, shoulders bowed but steady. He testified against them both, his quiet voice carrying more weight than Martha's theatrical protests or Jake's rehearsed excuses. Outside, reporters waited with their questions about justice and closure, about healing and moving forward. They didn't understand. Some wounds don't heal, they just become part of who you are. Back at the estate, I found Samuel in the greenhouse, carefully tending the surviving orchids. New growth had emerged from the broken stems, tiny green shoots reaching toward the light. Your father's last letter, he said, holding out a weathered envelope. He asked me to wait until after the trial. The paper felt warm, alive somehow. Inside, I found a single page covered in Dad's familiar scrawl. My dearest Willow. If you're reading this, then the worst has happened, and you've discovered the truth about Martha and Jake. I'm sorry for the burden I've placed on you, for the choice I made in documenting everything instead of confronting them directly. But I knew they'd never stop, never be satisfied until they'd taken everything. The cameras weren't just about gathering evidence. They were about teaching you one last lesson, that truth, like the orchids we loved, requires patience, careful tending, and the courage to wait for the right moment to bloom. I've left you more than just the estate. I've left you the strength I always saw in you, even when you couldn't see it yourself. The strength to stand alone, to face hard truths, to protect what matters most. In the greenhouse, behind the broken pottery and Martha's destruction, you'll find something I've been working on. A new hybrid orchid, years in the development. I've named it Willow's Justice, because like you, it thrives not in spite of adversity, but because of it. Plant it. Watch it grow. Let it remind you that even in our darkest moments, beauty finds a way. All my love. Dad. Samuel touched my shoulder. There's something else you should see. He led me to the back of the greenhouse, where a single pot sat hidden behind the wreckage. Inside, a stunning orchid bloomed, petals white as truth, streaked with veins of deep purple like justice finally served. He finished it just before Samuel's voice trailed off. The genetics are completely unique. It's officially registered with the Royal Horticultural Society. Your father's final legacy, and yours. My phone buzzed, a message from Detective Morris. Martha's private plane had been seized, her offshore accounts frozen. Jake's law firm had stripped his name from their partnership. Their carefully constructed world was crumbling, one piece at a time. I switched off the phone. Help me clean up this mess? I asked Samuel, gesturing to the broken pots and scattered soil. He smiled, understanding what I wasn't saying. Sometimes healing starts with simple things: dirt under your fingernails, broken things made whole, new life emerging from decay. We worked in comfortable silence, clearing debris and salvaging what we could. Henry joined us later, his diplomatic polish replaced by workman's gloves and determination. Together, we rebuilt what Martha had tried to destroy, making space for something new to grow. As the sun set, I placed Willow's Justice in the center of the greenhouse. Its petals caught the fading light, transforming it into something almost otherworldly, beautiful and resilient, like truth finally set free. Dad was right. Some things require patience, careful tending, the courage to wait. And some things, like justice and orchids and healing, bloom in their own time, in their own way. I touched a perfect white petal, feeling its strength beneath the delicate surface. Tomorrow would bring more questions, more reporters, more pieces to pick up. But tonight, in this greenhouse my father loved, surrounded by broken things growing whole again, I finally understood what he'd known all along. The most powerful legacy isn't in what we leave behind, but in what we help others become strong enough to grow for themselves.
I remember the day as if it were yesterday. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink, a beautiful backdrop to what I thought would be the happiest news of my life. My name is Laura, and back then I was living a life that was about to take an unexpected turn. I used to dream of the stage, the lights, the applause. My days were filled with rehearsals and performances with my local drama club, but all that changed when I met Michael. He was charming, successful, and, as I later found out, controlling. He made it clear, if I wanted a life with him, my acting dreams had to go. Torn between love and passion, I chose him. Fast forward 10 years, our marriage had its ups and downs, but nothing prepared me for that evening. I stood in our kitchen, a pregnancy test hidden in my pocket, a positive result that I couldn't wait to share. I had even bought a small chocolate cake, our favorite, to celebrate the news. But Michael walked in with a tired look and something far more life-altering than my news: divorce papers. He didn't even wait for me to speak. "I want a divorce, Laura," he said, his voice devoid of emotion. I was stunned, the words echoing in my head. "What? Why now?" I managed to ask, my voice trembling. "It's not sudden, Laura. I've been thinking about this for a long time," he replied, avoiding my gaze. I felt my world crumbling. "But why? Is there someone else?" The question burned in my throat. "Just, let's get divorced," he said, refusing to answer. The joy of my pregnancy evaporated in that instant, leaving me with a heartache so profound that I couldn't even speak of the baby. I just stood there, holding back tears, as he walked away, leaving me with nothing but the unsigned divorce papers and a shattered heart. That was the last thing Michael said to me, not knowing about the child growing inside me. I ended up single again, but this time with a life growing inside me. And maybe, just maybe, it was this unborn child that gave me the strength to endure what was to come. The following years were a blur of sleepless nights and tireless days. Being a single mother was hard, but Emily, my little angel, made every struggle worth it. She had her father's eyes, but thankfully nothing else of him. She was my joy, my miracle. Then, 5 years later, life decided to throw me another curveball. I was at the local supermarket, Emily in tow, when I saw him, Michael. He looked different, disheveled, like life hadn't been kind to him. He was with a young woman, probably in her late 20s, clinging to his arm. The sight of them together twisted something inside me. "Hey, long time no see," he said, a smirk on his face. I forced a smile. "Michael, you've changed." "Yeah, life happens. Who's this?" he asked, nodding at Emily. "My daughter, Emily," I replied, my voice steady. He looked at Emily, then back at me, a puzzled expression crossing his face. "Your daughter? When?" "After our divorce," I said simply. The young woman laughed mockingly. "Oh, the ex-wife. So this is the kid?" Emily looked up at me, her big eyes filled with questions. I squeezed her hand, a silent promise that I'd protect her from the pain I once felt. Michael just shrugged, his attention already back on his companion. "Let's go, Karen. We don't have all day." As they walked away, I looked down at Emily, her innocent face a stark contrast to the ugliness we had just encountered. In that moment, I knew that no matter what, I would never let Michael hurt her, as he had hurt me. Life after Michael was a series of challenges and triumphs. I raised Emily, my little star, on my own. Each day brought new adventures, and each night when I tucked her into bed, I felt a sense of accomplishment that no acting role could ever give me. One day when Emily was 6, she came home from school, her face lit up with excitement. "Mommy, my teacher says I'm good at acting. She wants me to be in the school play." Hearing those words, I felt a mix of pride and a pang of my long-buried dreams. "That's wonderful, honey," I said, hugging her tight. "You'll be amazing." As Emily's interest in acting grew, so did her talent. She was a natural, reminding me of my own youthful aspirations. I couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. The child I had with the man who made me give up acting was now following in my footsteps. Life had a strange way of coming full circle. One autumn afternoon, as Emily and I walked home from her drama class, we ran into Michael again. He was alone this time, looking even more worn out than before. "Laura, Emily, fancy seeing you here," he said, his voice lacking the confidence it once had. "What do you want, Michael?" I asked, my tone cold. "Just saying hello. Is that a crime?" he replied, a defensive edge to his voice. Emily hid behind me, peeking out curiously. Michael's gaze fell on her, and for a moment his facade cracked, revealing a hint of regret. "You never told me about her," he said softly. "There was nothing to tell. You made your choice," I responded, the bitterness in my voice unmistakable. Michael's eyes hardened. "I guess I did, but seeing her now, she's mine too, isn't she?" I felt a surge of protectiveness. "She's my daughter. You lost any claim to her when you walked out on us." He scoffed. "I see you're still bitter. But remember, Laura, blood is thicker than water." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving a chilling promise hanging in the air. I hugged Emily closer, a sense of foreboding settling in my heart. That night, as I watched Emily sleep, I promised myself I would do whatever it took to keep her safe from Michael's toxic influence. He had already taken my dreams. I wouldn't let him take my daughter's future too. The encounter with Michael lingered in my mind like a bad aftertaste. But life had to go on. Emily's play was approaching, and she was the star. The night of the performance, the school auditorium buzzed with excitement. I sat in the front row, my heart swelling with pride as Emily took the stage. She was a natural, her performance flawless, her joy infectious. After the play, as we were leaving, I felt a tap on my shoulder. Turning around, I was met with the last person I wanted to see, Michael. "Great show," he said, his voice laced with something I couldn't quite place. "What are you doing here, Michael?" I asked, my tone icy. "I wanted to see my daughter perform. She's got talent, just like her mother," he replied, a smirk on his face. I bristled at his words. "Emily is nothing like me. She's her own person." He leaned in closer, his breath reeking of arrogance. "Come on, Laura. We both know she got that talent from you. And now it's my turn to be part of her life." His words sent a chill down my spine. "You gave up that right a long time ago." Michael laughed, a cold, hollow sound. "Rights can be reclaimed, Laura, especially when it comes to family." Just then, Emily ran up to us, her face glowing. "Mommy, did you see me? I was a princess." I smiled at her, pushing my fear aside. "You were wonderful, sweetie." Michael crouched down to her level. "You were amazing, Emily. Daddy's very proud of you." Emily looked at him, confusion etched on her face. "Daddy?" I quickly intervened. "Emily, this is Michael. We used to know each other." Michael stood up, his eyes locking with mine. "We'll see each other again, Laura. This isn't over." As he walked away, I hugged Emily tightly, a sense of dread washing over me. Michael's words echoed in my head, a warning of the storm that was about to hit our lives. I had fought hard to build a peaceful life for Emily and me. I wasn't about to let Michael destroy it. But deep down, I knew this was just the beginning. In the weeks that followed, Emily's star continued to rise. Her performance at the school play had caught the attention of a local talent agent who offered her small roles in commercials and local TV shows. Emily was thrilled, and so was I, albeit cautiously. My past encounters with Michael had left a lingering shadow over our newfound happiness. Then one day, as we were leaving a studio after a successful audition, I saw him again. Michael stood there, leaning against his car, a smug look on his face. "Laura, I must say, Emily is quite the little star," he said, his eyes gleaming with something akin to greed. I felt a knot form in my stomach. "What do you want, Michael?" He stepped forward, his voice dripping with false sincerity. "I've been thinking. Emily needs her father now more than ever. Fame can be tough on a kid." I scoffed. "You're hardly father material, Michael. You can't just waltz back into her life because she's on TV now." He smirked. "But I am her father, Laura, and it seems to me that her success could be lucrative." The implication of his words hit me like a slap. "You're unbelievable. You want to profit from your own daughter?" Michael shrugged nonchalantly. "I'm just saying, as her father, I should have a say in her career, and perhaps a share of her earnings." I stepped closer, anger surging through me. "Listen to me, Michael. You are not going to use Emily. She's not your ticket to easy money." His expression hardened. "We'll see about that, Laura. I have rights, and I intend to use them." As he drove away, I felt a cold fear settle in my heart. Michael was serious, and I knew he wouldn't stop at anything to get what he wanted. I had to protect Emily, not just as her mother, but also from the man who claimed to be her father. A man who saw his own daughter as nothing more than a means to an end. The threat Michael posed became all too real in the following days. I received a letter from a law firm, cold and formal, stating Michael's intention to claim parental rights and a portion of Emily's earnings. My hands trembled as I read it. The audacity of the man I once loved now seeking to exploit our daughter was chilling. I immediately sought legal counsel. The lawyer, a stern yet kind-hearted woman named Miss Thompson, listened to my story with a furrowed brow. "Don't worry, Laura. We'll fight this. He may be her biological father, but his intentions are clear. It's about money, not Emily's well-being." The day of the court hearing arrived. I sat there, clutching Emily's hand, as Michael and his lawyer presented their case. He spoke of his rights as a father, his voice oozing insincerity. "I only want what's best for my daughter," Michael proclaimed, shooting a glance at Emily, who shrank back in her seat. When it was our turn, Miss Thompson was formidable. "Your Honor, Mr. Michael here showed no interest in Emily until he learned of her budding career. His intentions are not parental care, but financial gain." The judge looked over at Michael, skepticism in his eyes. "Mr. Michael, what have you done to build a relationship with Emily since your divorce?" Michael stuttered. "Well, I've been busy, but I always cared." "Your Honor, he's lying," I blurted out, unable to contain myself. "He never cared until now." The judge nodded slowly, making notes. After a tense hour, he delivered his judgment. Michael's petition was denied. The relief that washed over me was indescribable, but as we left the courthouse, Michael's eyes met mine, burning with fury and defeat. "You'll pay for this, Laura," he hissed under his breath. I tightened my grip on Emily's hand, whispering to her that everything would be okay. But as we walked away, I knew this wasn't over. Michael's revenge would come in another form, and I needed to be ready. My only goal was to protect Emily, whatever the cost. In the wake of the court decision, a deceptive calm settled over our lives. Emily's career continued to flourish, and for a moment it seemed like we could finally move past Michael's shadow. But that peace was shattered one ordinary Tuesday afternoon. I was running late from work, and Emily was at a photo shoot with her manager, Molly. As I hurried towards the studio, my phone rang. It was Molly, her voice laced with panic. "Laura, it's Emily. She's gone." My heart stopped. "What do you mean, gone?" "Michael, he took her." I only looked away for a second, and Molly's voice broke. Rage and fear gripped me. "I'm on my way." I arrived at the studio to find police cars and a crowd of onlookers. Molly was in tears. "I'm so sorry, Laura. I tried to stop him, but he pushed me away." The police took our statements, and I described Michael with a cold fury I didn't recognize in myself. As the reality of the situation sank in, my fear for Emily turned into something fiercer. I wouldn't let Michael harm our daughter. The next hours were a blur of police questions, flashing lights, and the growing pit of fear in my stomach. I posted on social media, pleading for any information on Emily's whereabouts. The response was overwhelming. Emily's fans mobilized, sharing the post, offering help, and providing leads. Then a breakthrough came. Karen, Michael's girlfriend, reached out. She had seen my post and, in a turn of conscience, provided Michael's location. Armed with this information, the police moved swiftly. They found Michael in a rundown motel, Emily unharmed but scared. As they arrested Michael, I held Emily tight, promising her that she was safe now, that I would never let anything like this happen again. The aftermath was a whirlwind of media attention. Michael was charged with kidnapping, but his lawyer argued for a lesser sentence, citing emotional distress. The thought of him getting away with a slap on the wrist was unbearable. But Emily's agency, worried about the public's perception, urged for a settlement. Reluctantly, I agreed, but on one condition. Michael would have no rights to Emily, legally or financially. The settlement was a hollow victory. Michael was free, but his reputation was in tatters. The story of his greed and callousness spread, and he lost his job. Shunned by friends and colleagues, he became a pariah. As for Emily, her bravery and resilience only endeared her more to her fans. Her career continued to soar, and through it all, she remained grounded, her sweet smile a constant reminder of the strength and love that had carried us through the darkest of times. The evening air was tense, a prelude to the storm brewing in our living room. "What do you mean she's moving in tomorrow?" I asked Greg, my voice barely containing the shock and anger. Greg didn't even flinch. "It's decided, Elise. Mom's coming to live with us. It makes sense, especially now." "How can you make such a decision alone?" I countered, feeling the walls of our home closing in on me. "What about our plans, the rooms?" He had that all-knowing look, the one that always set me on edge. "We'll convert your home office. It's the only logical solution." "My office? Greg, that's my space, my sanctuary." "You don't really need it," he said dismissively. "Besides, I pay the rent here, $3,000 a month. That gives me a say in how we use the space." I was stunned. This house, the one my parents had passed down to me, now felt alien, controlled by Greg's financial hold over it. "But this is my family home," I whispered, more to myself than to him. Greg's voice was cold, devoid of the warmth I once fell in love with. "Your family home or not, I'm the one footing the bills now. Get your stuff cleared out by tomorrow." That night, I couldn't sleep. The realization that our marriage was a facade, built on the shaky grounds of financial power and silent submission, hit me hard. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of my office being emptied. Marion, Greg's mother, arrived with her suitcases, an unwelcome guest in my own home. In the days that followed, the tension escalated. Marion's presence was overbearing. She rearranged the kitchen, criticized my cooking, and worst of all, she had this way of subtly belittling me in front of my daughter, Mia. I felt like a stranger, tiptoeing around my own life. Greg became more distant. His conversations were curt, his nights late. Our home, once filled with laughter and shared dreams, now echoed with the sounds of unspoken resentments and forced politeness. One evening, I overheard Greg and Marion discussing finances. "Elise doesn't contribute much anyway," Marion scoffed. "She should be grateful we're letting her stay." I felt a surge of anger. This was my family home, a place of cherished memories, now being reduced to financial transactions and power plays. The next morning, I confronted Greg. "I want to talk about the rent," I said, my voice steady despite the turmoil inside. "This was my family's home. I never agreed to pay rent." Greg's response was a mix of arrogance and indifference. "Well, things change, Elise. I'm paying the bills, so technically it's more my house than yours now." That was the moment I knew. Our marriage, a delicate balance of love and compromise, had crumbled under the weight of control and disrespect. I called my father, Nolan, my voice shaking. "Dad, I need your help. It's about Greg." As I hung up, I realized that this was just the beginning. I wasn't going to let Greg and Marion turn my life into their dominion. They might have underestimated me, thinking I'd crumble under their control. But they were wrong. I was my father's daughter, and I knew a thing or two about standing my ground. Sitting in the empty room that used to be my office, I couldn't help but reminisce about the early days with Greg. We were like two pieces of a puzzle, fitting perfectly with our differences. But now, those differences were tearing us apart. I remembered our first date, how Greg's laughter had echoed in the autumn air, how he had looked at me as if I was the only person in the world. It was hard to reconcile that memory with the man who had just usurped my family home. My phone buzzed, pulling me back from the past. It was a text from my father, Nolan. "I'll take care of it. Meet me at the shop tomorrow." Nolan's auto repair shop had been a staple of my childhood. It was more than a business. It was a testament to his hard work and dedication. That shop, much like our family home, held memories of a life once filled with warmth and togetherness. The next day, I walked into the familiar scent of oil and metal. Dad was under a car, his hands expertly moving as he worked. "Dad," I called out. He slid out, wiping his hands. "Elise, let's talk in the office." The office was a small room filled with trophies from car shows and framed photos of our family. It was a capsule of happier times. "I can't believe Greg is doing this," Dad said, his eyes reflecting a mix of anger and concern. I sighed. "I know, Dad. I think it's time for some payback." Dad nodded, a determined look crossing his face. "What do you have in mind?" "I want Greg and Marion out of the house, but I want to do it legally, make them feel the pinch of their actions." Dad leaned back in his chair, pondering. "We can draw up a rental agreement, hike up the rent, make it impossible for them to stay." I felt a mix of relief and apprehension. This was the first step in reclaiming my life, but it also meant declaring war on Greg and Marion. "Let's do it," I said, the resolve in my voice surprising even me. Over the next few days, Dad and I worked on the rental agreement. It was a meticulous and strategic plan, designed to legally corner Greg and Marion. I couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction imagining their faces when they'd see the new terms. Meanwhile, back at the house, Marion's true colors began to show more vividly. She complained about everything, from the way I dressed Mia to the brand of coffee I bought. Her words were like needles, subtle but piercing. One evening, I overheard her on the phone. "Yes, I've finally got a lease under my thumb. This house will be ours soon." Fury and disbelief coursed through me. How could she be so callous, so manipulative? But her words also steeled my resolve. This wasn't just about me anymore. It was about protecting Mia from this toxic environment. The day came to present the rental agreement to Greg and Marion. I walked into the living room, the document in my hand, my heart pounding in my chest. "Greg, we need to talk about the house," I said, my voice steady. He looked up, surprised. "What about it?" I handed him the document. "It's the new rental agreement. You need to read it." As Greg's eyes scanned the pages, I saw a range of emotions flicker across his face. Confusion, disbelief, and finally anger. "This is absurd. The rent's been raised tenfold." "Yes," I said, meeting his gaze. "It's the market rate for this property. If you can't afford it, you'll have to find somewhere else to live." Greg's face turned red, his anger palpable. "You can't do this to us." "I can, and I am," I replied, feeling a sense of empowerment I hadn't felt in years. "This is my family home, Greg. You've forgotten that, but I haven't." The days following the presentation of the rental agreement were a blend of silent battles and open confrontations. Marion's true nature, once hidden under a veil of polite intrusion, now emerged in full force. One evening, I was setting the table for dinner when Marion entered the kitchen. Her eyes quickly scanned the room, landing on the simple yet nutritious meal I had prepared. "This is what you call dinner," she scoffed. "Back in my day, we knew how to provide for our families properly." I clenched my teeth, forcing a polite smile. "It's healthy, and Mia likes it." Marion snorted, dismissing my efforts with a wave of her hand. "Children don't know what's good for them. It's up to us to teach them. Clearly, you lack that understanding." Her words stung, but I remained composed. I had learned that reacting to Marion only fueled her disdain. As the days went by, Marion's presence became more oppressive. She criticized my parenting, my housekeeping, even my choice of clothes. It was as if she was deliberately trying to provoke me. One afternoon, I returned home from a quick errand to find Mia in tears and Marion sitting calmly in the living room, reading a magazine. "What happened?" I asked, rushing to comfort my daughter. Your child is just being fussy, as usual, Marian replied without looking up. I don't have the patience for such nonsense. I held Mia close, feeling a surge of protective anger. How could she be so cold towards her own granddaughter? Later that week, I had a meeting with a potential client for my small business. Marian, could you please watch Mia for a couple of hours? I asked, hoping for a bit of cooperation. Marian looked at me, her expression one of annoyance. Fine, but make it quick. I have plans later. I returned from the meeting to find Mia once again in distress. Marian was nowhere in sight. After calming Mia down, I confronted Marian. Where were you? I trusted you to look after her. Marian rolled her eyes. I had to step out for a bit. She was sleeping, anyway. What's the big deal? The big deal was that Marian's selfishness was now affecting Mia, my most precious treasure. I realized then that Marian would never change. Her contempt for me had spilled over to Mia, and I wouldn't tolerate it any longer. I called my father that night, my voice trembling with a mix of anger and determination. Dad, it's getting worse. She's not just targeting me now, she's neglecting Mia. Nolan's response was swift and resolute. We need to speed up our plan. It's not safe for you and Mia there anymore. The following day I saw Greg and Marian whispering in the living room, their heads close together in conspiracy. What are you two plotting now? I asked, a hard edge to my voice. Greg looked up, his expression one of feigned innocence. Just discussing some financial matters. Nothing for you to worry about. But I knew better. The rental agreement had unsettled them, and now they were scrambling. I could almost smell their desperation, a scent that, under different circumstances, might have been satisfying. Instead, I felt a cold resolve settling in my heart. They had underestimated me, thinking I would crumble under their pressure. But they were wrong. I was ready to fight back, not just for myself, but for Mia. The battle lines were drawn, and I was no longer just a passive player in their game of control. I was about to change the rules entirely. Every day in the house felt like walking on a tightrope. Marian's presence loomed large, a constant source of negativity. Her comments were like thorns, pricking away at my patience and resolve. One evening, as I put Mia to bed, I overheard Marian speaking to Greg in hushed tones in the living room. Elise is not fit to be a mother. She's too soft, too indecisive. You need someone who can actually run a household efficiently. I stood frozen, listening to their conversation. Greg's reply was a weak agreement, a betrayal that cut deeper than any of Marian's sharp words. The next day, I confronted Greg. Do you really think I'm a bad mother? I asked, my voice shaking. Greg avoided my gaze. It's not just about being a mother, Elise. It's about being responsible, about being adequate. Adequate. The word echoed in my mind, a stinging indictment of my role in this family. As the days passed, Marian's manipulations grew bolder. She rearranged the furniture to her liking, disposed of items she deemed unnecessary, and took over the kitchen, effectively pushing me to the margins of my own home. One day I came home to find Mia crying inconsolably. Marian was in the kitchen, completely ignoring her. Why aren't you attending to her? I demanded, my heart racing with worry. Marian shrugged, a cold detachment in her eyes. She needs to learn to soothe herself. It's part of growing up. That night, I called my father, my voice a mix of anger and desperation. I can't do this anymore, Dad. Greg and Marian are destroying everything I hold dear. I need to get out. Nolan's response was immediate and firm. You and Mia come stay with me. We'll sort this out. I hesitated. Leaving the house meant giving up the fight, but staying meant subjecting Mia and myself to more torment. The decision crystallized the next morning when I found my personal belongings boxed up in the garage. Marian had decided they were cluttering the house. That act of violation was the final straw. I packed our essentials, taking one last look at the home that had once been a haven of love and happiness. As I closed the door behind me, a sense of relief washed over me. I was leaving behind the oppressive walls of that house, but I was also stepping into the unknown. Staying with my father brought a sense of peace I hadn't felt in months. Mia's laughter returned, filling the house with joy. But the battle was far from over. I met with my lawyer to discuss the divorce. I want full custody of Mia, I stated firmly, and I want the house back. The lawyer nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. We'll build a strong case. You have rights, Elise. As the legal proceedings began, I realized this was more than just a divorce. It was a fight for my identity, for my daughter's future, and for justice against the tyranny of Greg and Marion. Greg's reaction to the divorce papers was a mix of shock and anger. "You're making a mistake, Elise. You won't win this." But I was resolute. I had tolerated, endured, and sacrificed enough. It was time to reclaim my life and protect my daughter from the toxic environment Greg and Marion had created. I was no longer the passive, accommodating Elise. I was a mother, a fighter, and I was ready to take back control. The divorce proceedings were a cold, calculated dance of legal maneuvers and emotional confrontations. Greg's shock at my decision to leave quickly turned into a bitter determination to fight back. I sat in the lawyer's office, reviewing the documents. "He's contesting the custody of Mia," I said, my voice laced with disbelief. The lawyer nodded solemnly. "He's also challenging your claim to the house. But we have a strong case, Elise." As the legal battle ensued, my resolve hardened. This was no longer just about leaving a failed marriage. It was about standing up against the injustice and manipulation I had endured. In the midst of this, my father and I finalized our plan for the rental agreement. It was a strategic move designed to legally compel Greg and Marion to vacate my family home. One afternoon, I arrived at the house to deliver the new rental terms. Greg and Marion were waiting, their expressions a mix of defiance and curiosity. I handed Greg the document, watching his face as he read through it. His eyes widened in disbelief. "This is ridiculous. You're increasing the rent to an exorbitant amount." "Yes, Greg," I replied calmly. "That's the market rate for a property of this size and location." Marion interjected, her voice shrill with panic. "You can't do this to us, Elise. This is our home." "No, Marion," I countered, standing my ground. "This is my family home. You and Greg have made it clear that I'm not welcome here. So if you wish to stay, these are the new terms." Greg slammed the document on the table, his anger palpable. "We'll fight this. You won't get away with it." But behind his words, I sensed his fear. The realization that they were losing control was dawning on them. As I left the house, a bittersweet feeling enveloped me. I had taken a significant step in reclaiming my home, but the sight of Mia's abandoned toys in the living room reminded me of the personal cost of this battle. The days that followed were a whirlwind of legal appointments and emotional upheaval. I clung to Mia, her innocence and love, my anchors in the storm. During one of the hearings, Greg's true colors came to the forefront. "Elise is unstable, Your Honor," he claimed. "She's not fit to be a sole custodian." I listened, my heart pounding, as my lawyer countered his baseless accusations, with evidence of my stable income and loving relationship with Mia. In a subsequent meeting, Greg's lawyer proposed a settlement. Greg is willing to relinquish his claim to the house in exchange for joint custody and a reduction in the rent. I hesitated, torn between the desire to end this battle and the need to protect Mia from Greg and Marion's toxic influence. But then I remembered Mia's tears, Marion's callousness, and Greg's betrayal. This was no longer just about winning a legal battle. It was about justice and setting an example for my daughter. "I refuse," I said firmly. "I will not compromise on Mia's well-being or my family home." The decision to continue the fight was a difficult one, but it was necessary. I was no longer the woman who tolerated disrespect and manipulation. I was fighting for my rights, for my daughter's future, and for the dignity that Greg and Marion had tried to strip away from me. The battle lines were drawn, and I was ready for whatever came next. The day of the final confrontation arrived like a storm on the horizon. Armed with the legal documents, I stood at the doorstep of what used to be my sanctuary, now a battleground. Greg opened the door, his face a mask of defiance. Marion hovered behind him, her eyes betraying her anxiety. "What do you want, Elise?" Greg asked, his tone icy. "I'm here to finalize the arrangements," I said, handing him the updated rental agreement. As he read, his expression shifted from confidence to disbelief. "This is absurd. You're demanding a rent that's beyond unreasonable." "It's the market rate for a property of this size in this location," I replied, my voice steady. "If you can't afford it, you'll have to vacate." Marion stepped forward, her voice trembling. "You can't do this to us. We have nowhere else to go." "That was your choice when you decided to push me out of my own home," I said, meeting her gaze. Greg slammed the document on the table. We'll see what the court has to say about this. You're not going to get away with trying to evict us from our home. This ceased being your home when you chose to disregard my rights and my feelings, I retorted. The air was thick with tension, the once familiar living room feeling like a foreign land. I looked around, memories flooding back, of laughter, of love, of a life that once was. Now it was just a shell, housing bitterness and betrayal. As I turned to leave, Marian's voice stopped me. Elise, please. We can negotiate. There must be a way to resolve this. I paused, considering her words. Then, with a resolve that surprised even me, I said, There's nothing left to negotiate. You made your decision when you chose to side with Greg against me and Mia. With that, I walked out of the house, leaving behind the echoes of a life that no longer existed. The days that followed were a mix of relief and uncertainty. The legal proceedings were grueling, but my resolve never wavered. I was fighting for my dignity, for my daughter, for the justice that had been denied to me. Eventually, the court ruled in my favor. Greg and Marian were given a month to vacate the property. The news hit them like a tidal wave, washing away the last vestiges of their control and arrogance. I watched from a distance as they moved out, their belongings a testament to their shattered dreams and misplaced ambitions. In their eyes, I saw the realization of their defeat, the understanding that their manipulations had backfired. As I stepped back into my family home, now empty of their presence, a sense of peace enveloped me. It was not the peace of victory, but the peace of justice served. I walked through each room, reclaiming the space that had once been ours, mine and Mia's. The walls that had witnessed so much pain now stood as silent sentinels to a new beginning. I knew the road ahead would be challenging. There would be wounds to heal, memories to reconcile. But for the first time in a long while, I felt a sense of hope. I had fought against the odds, stood up to the tyranny of Greg and Marian, and emerged stronger. This was more than just a legal victory. It was a reclaiming of my life, a testament to the strength I never knew I had. The dust had settled, the legal battles were over, and the once turbulent house was now calm. As I stood in the empty living room, the memories of what had transpired echoed in the silence. Mia played in the corner, her laughter a balm to my weary heart. Watching her, I realized that this struggle, though fraught with pain, was necessary. It wasn't just a fight for a house. It was a battle for our future, for our peace. The day Greg and Marian left, I saw a glimpse of realization in their eyes, a dawning understanding of the consequences of their actions. Marian looked back at the house, her expression one of loss and regret. Greg, defeated and subdued, didn't meet my gaze. In the weeks that followed, I focused on rebuilding my life. I returned to my small business, finding solace in the familiar routine and the support of my regular customers. Mia thrived in the newfound stability, her resilience, a testament to the strength of our bond. One afternoon, as I was closing the shop, a familiar face appeared at the door. It was Greg. He looked different. The arrogance had left his eyes, replaced by a certain humility. "Elise," he began awkwardly, "I wanted to apologize for everything." I listened, a mix of surprise and skepticism. "Why now, Greg?" He sighed, a deep, weary sound. "Losing the house, the divorce, it made me realize how wrong I was, how much I lost because of my pride and my mother's influence." I considered his words, the years of pain and struggle flashing through my mind. "Your apology doesn't change what happened, Greg. But I accept it, for Mia's sake." Greg nodded, a look of relief passing over his face. "Thank you, Elise, and I'm sorry, truly." As he walked away, I felt a chapter of my life closing. Greg's apology didn't erase the past, but it offered a closure, a finality to the turmoil we had endured. In the months that followed, I renovated the house, turning it into a home once again. The walls were repainted, the rooms refurnished, and new memories were made. It was a sanctuary for Mia and me, a place of healing and growth. I often sat on the porch, watching Mia play in the yard, reflecting on our journey. The challenges had been immense, but they had also revealed a strength I never knew I possessed. I had stood up against injustice, fought for my rights, and reclaimed my life from those who sought to control it. It was a journey of self-discovery, of learning to trust in my own strength and resilience. In the end, this was more than just a story of revenge. It was a tale of empowerment, of rising above the trials and tribulations to forge a better future for myself and my daughter. The house, once a battleground of conflict and manipulation, was now a haven of peace and hope. It was a reminder that sometimes the hardest battles lead to the most rewarding victories. As the sun set, casting a warm glow over the yard, I held Mia close, grateful for the journey that had brought us here. We had overcome, we had triumphed, and we were finally home. "Did you really think you could just move your parents into our home without asking me, Ryan?" I asked, my voice quivering with a mix of anger and disbelief. Ryan, my husband of 6 years, looked up from his laptop with a smirk that I had grown to despise. "Oh, Amelia, don't be so dramatic. It's just for a while, and besides, it's not like you have a say in this." His words felt like a slap in the face. The house, a charming 2-story nestled in a quiet suburb, wasn't just any house. It was the home my grandparents had left me, the place where I'd planned to raise our son, Lucas, away from the toxicity of Ryan's family. "You do remember that this house is in my name, right?" I retorted, my hands clenched into fists at my sides. Ryan's expression faltered, his smugness giving way to a flicker of uncertainty. As our 2-year-old Lucas toddled into the room, I forced a smile for his sake. He was blissfully unaware of the tension, his chubby hands reaching up towards me. Scooping him into my arms, I kissed his forehead, trying to calm the storm inside me. "I'm not okay with this, Ryan. Your parents, they've never respected me or our space. Why now?" I asked, struggling to keep my voice steady. Ryan shrugged, his indifference stoking my frustration. "They're family, Amelia. You wouldn't understand." Family. The word echoed in my mind mockingly. My own family, who ran a small but beloved coffee shop in town, had always been my sanctuary. They were nothing like Ryan's controlling, overbearing parents. The doorbell rang, interrupting our standoff. Through the peephole, I saw them. Ryan's parents, suitcases in tow, ready to invade our life. My heart sank. "Fine, Ryan, let them in. But this isn't over," I hissed, handing Lucas to him before opening the door. "Amelia, darling," cooed Ryan's mother, sweeping past me without a second glance. His father followed, a stern man who'd barely acknowledged me since our wedding day. As they settled in, making themselves comfortable in my living room, I felt a sense of intrusion that was all too familiar. This was just the beginning, I realized. But as I watched them, something within me shifted. I was done being the compliant daughter-in-law, bending to their whims. I retreated to the kitchen, my mind racing. This was my home, my sanctuary, and I was ready to fight for it. The following days turned into a blur of unwelcome changes. Ryan's mother, Elaine, had a way of making her presence known in the most suffocating manner. She rearranged my kitchen, criticized my parenting, and treated our home as if it were her own. "Lucas shouldn't be eating that, Amelia. It's not healthy," Elaine chided one morning as I prepared Lucas's breakfast. I bit back a sharp retort, feeling the familiar sting of her judgment. "He's fine, Elaine. It's just cereal." She skeed, shaking her head. "In our house, we believe in a proper diet. You really should learn." Her comments were like needles, each one pricking at my patience. Ryan, as usual, was of no help, buried in his work and oblivious to the growing tension. One evening, as I put Lucas to bed, Elaine barged into his room. "He's still not sleeping through the night? You must be doing something wrong." Her words were a slap in the face, undermining my efforts as a mother. "I'm doing the best I can," I snapped, unable to contain my frustration. Elaine's eyes narrowed. "Clearly, your best isn't good enough. Maybe if you had a real job and some structure in your life." I felt a surge of anger. "This is my house, Elaine. You're a guest here. Don't forget that." Her laugh was cold and dismissive. "Oh dear. Ryan never mentioned how delusional you are. This is his house too, and as his mother, I've every right to be here." The following day, I reached my breaking point. I found Elaine in Lucas's room, going through his drawers. "What do you think you're doing?" I demanded, my voice trembling with anger. "I'm just organizing. This room is a mess," she replied, not even bothering to look at me. "That's it! I want you out of my house now!" I exclaimed, feeling a mix of fury and desperation. Elaine turned to face me, her expression one of mock surprise. "Your house? Oh, sweetie, you're just the wife. This is Ryan's house too, and he wants us here." I stormed out of the room, my mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. Ryan's betrayal, Elaine's intrusiveness, the way they dismissed my feelings, it was all too much. I was tired of being pushed around, tired of having my home invaded by people who had no respect for me. That night, as I lay in bed, a plan began to form in my mind. I was going to take back control of my life, my home, and my son's future. Ryan and his parents had crossed a line, and it was time for them to learn that I wasn't going to be their doormat any longer. The fight was just beginning, and I was ready. A few days later, Ryan dropped a bombshell during an already tense dinner. "My parents need to stay with us longer. Their house is undergoing renovations," he said, nonchalantly, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I felt my blood boil. "Longer?" "Ryan, we never discussed them staying in the first place," he shrugged, avoiding my gaze. "It's just for a few more weeks. What's the big deal?" "The big deal? The big deal is that your mother treats me like an intruder in my own home." I snapped, my frustration reaching its peak. Elaine, overhearing our conversation, chimed in with her usual condescending tone. "Amelia, you're overreacting. We're family. You should be more accommodating." That night, sleep eluded me. Their words echoed in my mind, fueling a growing resolve. I wasn't going to let them walk all over me anymore. It was time to fight back. The next morning, I called my brother, Alex, who had always been my confidant. "They're taking over my life, Alex. I can't take it anymore," I confessed, choking back tears. Alex's voice was firm and supportive. "Amelia, you need to stand up for yourself. Don't let them bully you. It's your house, your rules." His words were the push I needed. I decided to confront Ryan, but this time I would be prepared. I gathered evidence of Elaine's overbearing behavior, the rearranged kitchen, the disrupted routines, her constant belittling comments. Confrontation day arrived. I waited until Elaine and Ryan were in the living room. "We need to talk, now," I announced, my voice steady despite the storm raging inside me. Ryan looked up, surprised by my tone. "What's this about, Amelia?" "It's about your parents, Ryan. Their constant interference, their disrespect for my boundaries. It ends today," I declared, holding up my list of grievances. Elaine scoffed. "This is ridiculous. We're just trying to help." "Help? By undermining me at every turn? By treating me like I don't matter in my own home?" I countered, my anger palpable. Ryan shifted uncomfortably. "Amelia, they're my parents. We can't just kick them out." "No, Ryan. They're guests in my home, and they've overstayed their welcome. Either they leave, or I do." With Lucas, I ultimatumed, my resolve unwavering. The room fell silent, the gravity of my words hanging in the air. I saw the flicker of realization in Ryan's eyes, but it was Elaine who spoke first. "You wouldn't dare," she hissed, her facade slipping. "Watch me," I retorted, my voice laced with determination. That night, Ryan's parents packed their bags. As they left, Elaine shot me a venomous look. "You'll regret this, Amelia." But as the door closed behind them, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. It was the first step in reclaiming my life, and I was ready for whatever came next. The days following Elaine and her husband's departure were eerily quiet. Ryan's demeanor had shifted to one of cold detachment, his interactions with me minimal and strained. I found solace in the peace of my reclaimed home and the joyous laughter of Lucas. One evening, as Lucas played with his toys, Ryan announced, "I've got to go on a business trip. I'll be gone for a few weeks." His tone was indifferent, as if our strained relationship had taken a backseat to his career. "Fine," I replied curtly, barely concealing my relief at the prospect of his absence. After Ryan left, the house felt different, liberating even. I started to revert the changes Elaine had imposed, each alteration feeling like a small victory. But the true turning point came when I stumbled upon a series of emails on Ryan's laptop, which he'd carelessly left open. They detailed an affair, an ongoing betrayal that cut deeper than any of his mother's snide remarks. Anger, hurt, and a sense of betrayal churned within me. I decided it was time for Ryan to face the consequences of his actions. I began to meticulously plan my next moves, each step calculated to ensure that Ryan and his family paid for their deceit and manipulation. The first step was to secure my financial and legal standing. I contacted a lawyer, explained my situation, and started the proceedings for what was now an inevitable divorce. Next, I turned my attention to the house, the symbol of my grandparents' legacy and my independence. I reached out to a real estate agent. "I want to sell the house, quickly and quietly," I told her. She was taken aback but sensed the urgency in my voice. "Are you sure about this, Amelia? This is a big decision," she cautioned. "I've never been more sure of anything," I replied with a resolve born of betrayal and a newfound strength. The house went on the market, and within days, offers began to roll in. The thought of Ryan returning to find his precious control stripped away brought a bitter satisfaction. In the midst of this, I reconnected with my family, drawing strength from their support. My parents were appalled by Ryan's behavior and rallied around me and Lucas. "We're here for you, no matter what," my father assured me. As I watched Lucas play, innocent and unaffected by the turmoil, I made a silent vow to protect his happiness at all costs. Ryan's return loomed on the horizon, but I was no longer the woman he had left behind. I was ready to confront him, armed with the truth and a plan to reclaim my life. The day Ryan returned was marked with a tension that hung thick in the air. I had rehearsed this moment in my mind, envisioning every possible outcome, yet my heart raced as I heard his key turn in the lock. "Amelia, I'm home," Ryan called out, his voice echoing through the now unfamiliar space. I emerged from the kitchen, my posture rigid. "Welcome back, Ryan. We need to talk." He glanced around, noticing the changes I had made. "What's going on? The house looks different." I didn't flinch. "I sold the house, Ryan. It's no longer ours." His face contorted with disbelief. "You did what? You can't just sell our house without telling me." "It's my house, Ryan, and after what I discovered, I don't think you have a say in it anymore," I said, my voice steady but laced with a simmering anger. He scoffed, trying to regain his composure. "What are you talking about?" "The affair, Ryan. I know everything," I revealed, watching as his facade crumbled. His attempt at denial was weak and short-lived. "Amelia, it's not what you think." "I think it's exactly what it looks like. You betrayed me, our family," I retorted, the hurt evident in my tone. Ryan's expression shifted from shock to anger. "You're overreacting. We can work through this." "There's no we anymore, Ryan. I've filed for divorce," I declared, handing him the papers. The ensuing conversation was a blur of accusations and denials, but I stood my ground. The man I had married was gone, replaced by a stranger fueled by selfish desires. As he stormed out, vowing to fight the divorce, I felt a sense of liberation mixed with apprehension. I had taken the first step towards a new life, but the battle was far from over. In the following weeks, the reality of our situation became public. Ryan's parents, once so imposing and confident, were now caught in the crossfire of their son's indiscretions. Their attempts to contact me were met with silence. I had severed all ties, focusing solely on Lucas and the finalization of the divorce. The day of the court hearing arrived. Ryan looked defeated, the weight of his actions finally dawning on him. As the judge granted the divorce and custody of Lucas to me, I felt a sense of justice. Ryan's plea for reconciliation after the hearing fell on deaf ears. "You made your choice, Ryan. Now live with it," I said, turning away from him for the last time. The news of our divorce and Ryan's affair spread, affecting his reputation and relationships. His parents, once so proud and judgmental, were now shunned by those who had once respected them. As I walked out of the courthouse, holding Lucas's hand, I realized that this was not just an end, but a new beginning. A fresh start for me and my son, free from deceit and manipulation. The future was uncertain, but it was ours to shape. Life after the divorce felt like emerging from a long, dark tunnel into the light. I had regained control, not just of the house, which was now sold, but of my life. Lucas, blissfully unaware of the adult complexities, thrived in the love and stability I provided. My days were busy but fulfilling, with my focus now on rebuilding our lives and managing the coffee shop, which had become my sanctuary. However, the shadow of Ryan and his parents lingered. One day, as I was closing the shop, Ryan appeared, looking disheveled and desperate, a stark contrast to the composed man I had once known. "Amelia, please, I need to talk to you," he pleaded, his eyes searching mine for a hint of the compassion that once existed. I hesitated, the sight of him stirring a mix of emotions. "What do you want, Ryan?" "It's about the alimony and child support," he began, his voice tinged with embarrassment. "I can't afford it. My job, I lost it because of the scandal, and my parents, they're broke too." His words were like a cold splash of reality. "That's not my problem, Ryan. You made your choices, and now you have to face the consequences." "But Amelia, I have nothing left. I'm begging you, for old time's sake." His voice broke, revealing the depth of his despair. I felt a pang of pity, but it was quickly overshadowed by the memory of his betrayal. Old time's sake? Those times are gone, Ryan. You should have thought about the consequences before you cheated and lied. I turned to leave, but his next words stopped me in my tracks. I'm sorry, Amelia. Truly I am. I was a fool, and I ruined everything. Please, help me. For a moment, I saw the man I had once loved, vulnerable and regretful. But the pain he had caused was too deep, the betrayal too raw. I'm sorry, Ryan, but I can't help you. You need to figure this out on your own, I said firmly, closing the chapter of our shared past for good. As I walked away, leaving Ryan standing alone, I felt a sense of closure. The journey had been painful, filled with betrayal and heartache, but it had led me to a place of strength and independence. Life moved on. Lucas grew, his laughter and curiosity filling our home with joy. The coffee shop flourished, becoming a hub of warmth and community. And as for me, I found contentment in the simple pleasures: the smell of fresh coffee, the sound of Lucas's giggles, and the support of friends and family. Ryan and his parents became distant memories, their legacy a cautionary tale of the consequences of betrayal and selfishness. My journey had taught me the power of resilience and the importance of standing up for oneself. As I locked the shop that evening, I looked up at the sky, its hues of orange and pink signaling the end of another day. I smiled, holding Lucas's hand tightly. Our future was uncertain, but it was bright. We were moving forward, one step at a time, into a new chapter of our lives.
I stood in front of the floor-length mirror, adjusting my emerald cocktail dress, while my mother's words from this morning echoed in my head. Try not to embarrass your sister at her engagement party, Juliet. For once. My name is Juliet Hunt, and I've spent 28 years being reminded that I'm the family disappointment, the black sheep, the daughter who dared to chase a career instead of a husband. Jules! Mia burst into my bedroom, already dressed in a sleek black number. You're not going to believe what I just overheard downstairs. I turned to face my best friend, recognizing the look that meant drama was brewing. What now? Your mother's practically bouncing off the walls, telling everyone how she has this wonderful surprise planned for Selena during the toast. Mia's eyes narrowed. Something about securing her future. My stomach clenched. Of course she does. I grabbed my clutch, checking one last time that the folded documents were safely inside. Did you see if Gage arrived yet? Your lawyer? He's already there, looking sharp in a gray suit. But Jules, why did you invite him? You know your mom hates when you bring outsiders to family events. I smiled, a cold little thing that didn't reach my eyes. Let's just say I have a surprise of my own planned. The drive to the country club was tense. Through the windshield, I watched storm clouds gathering on the horizon, fitting weather for what was about to unfold. Inside, the ballroom sparkled with crystal chandeliers and white roses, my sister Selena's favorite. She stood in the center of an adoring crowd, radiant in white, her new engagement ring catching the light. Our mother Eva hovered nearby, beaming with pride. Juliet? My father's voice made me turn. You came. Did you think I wouldn't? He shifted uncomfortably. Your mother was concerned. That I'd ruin precious Selena's big day? I kept my voice low. Don't worry, Dad. I'm just here to witness everything. His eyes flickered to the documents in my clutch. But before he could speak, my sister's voice rang out. Julie, you actually showed up. Selena air-kissed my cheek, her smile razor-sharp. And you're wearing green. How brave of you. You know it washes you out completely, right? I spotted Gage across the room, giving me a subtle nod. You look beautiful, Selena. Congratulations. Thanks. Lincoln and I are just so blessed. She grabbed her fiancé's arm possessively. Aren't we, darling? Lincoln smiled tightly. Absolutely. His eyes met mine for a moment too long, and I caught something there. Uncertainty? Fear? The next hour was a blur of fake smiles and pointed comments. Aunt Jolie cornered me by the bar. Still single, dear? You know my friend's son is a doctor. Cousin Caden. Heard your startup's struggling. Should have stuck with a nice, safe corporate job. I kept my responses minimal and my glass full, watching my mother work the room. She was practically glowing, stopping to whisper with various guests, building anticipation for whatever announcement she had planned. Finally, she clinked her glass for attention. "Everyone, please gather round. I have wonderful news to share about our beloved Selena's future." The crowd hushed. Gage moved closer to my position near the back. "As you know, my father, Selena and Juliet's grandfather, left a substantial trust fund for his grandchildren." Eva's voice carried clearly. "He always believed in investing in the future of those who honor family traditions." My fingers tightened around my clutch. "Today, I'm overjoyed to announce that we'll be using these funds to purchase Selena and Lincoln their dream home. The perfect start for the perfect couple." Applause erupted. Selena squealed in delight, while Lincoln's face remained carefully neutral. "Of course," my mother continued, her eyes finding mine in the crowd. "This means adjusting the original distribution. But I'm sure Juliet understands that her sister's needs must come first. After all, Selena has chosen to build a proper family, while some of us—" She let the implication hang. The room grew uncomfortably quiet. I felt dozens of eyes on me, waiting for my reaction. Some pitying, others smirking. Mia squeezed my arm in support, but I was already reaching for the documents in my clutch. My hands didn't shake at all. "Actually, Mother," I said, my voice carrying across the sudden silence, "I think it's time we discuss the real terms of Grandfather's trust." I nodded to Gage, who stepped forward with his own folder, and I brought someone to help explain them properly. The color drained from my mother's face as Gage approached the center of the room. She knew in that moment that her perfect plan was about to shatter, and I was going to enjoy every second of it. Ava recovered quickly, her society smile snapping back into place. "Darling, this isn't the time or place for your dramatics. We can discuss any concerns you have privately." "Oh, but you made this public, Mother." I gestured to the gathered crowd. "You chose to announce your plans for my trust fund in front of everyone. So let's continue with full transparency, shall we?" Selena stepped forward, her white dress rustling. "Julie, you're embarrassing yourself. Just stop." "Actually," Gage spoke up, his professional tone cutting through the tension, "I believe Ms. Hunt has every right to address this matter, given the circumstances." "And who exactly are you?" Eva's voice dripped with disdain. "Gage Perry, legal counsel." He opened his folder. "I'm here to clarify the terms of Howard Hunt's trust fund, established in 2010 for his granddaughter, Juliet." My father finally broke his silence. "We don't need lawyers at an engagement party." "Apparently we do," I countered, "since you're all so confused about who controls Grandfather's money." Ava's laugh was sharp. "There's nothing confusing about it. As executor—" "You were never the executor," I cut in. "Grandfather named me as sole beneficiary and controller of the trust upon meeting specific conditions. Which I did, 6 months ago." The room erupted in whispers. I saw Aunt Jolie's hand fly to her throat, while Cousin Caden stopped mid-drink. "That's impossible," Selena snapped. "Grandfather would never—" "Fourth paragraph, page 2. Gage held up the document. "The beneficiary gains full control upon either completing a master's degree in business or successfully running a profitable company for 2 years. Juliet has done both." Lincoln stepped away from Selena, his expression unreadable. "Smart man." "Those documents could be forged," Eva said desperately. "We'll need our own lawyers to verify." "By all means," Gage replied smoothly. "Though the trust administrators at First National have already authenticated everything. They're expecting your call, actually." The whispers grew louder. I caught fragments. "Eva said she had authority. Been planning that house purchase for months. What else hasn't she told us?" "Mother," I said, keeping my voice steady, "did you already make promises about this money? Perhaps to a real estate agent? Or put down deposits? Eva's face went from red to white. Bingo. You didn't, my father breathed. Eva, tell me you didn't commit funds you don't control. The silence was damning. Selena's perfect composure cracked. But you said everything was arranged. The house, the renovations. It was supposed to be your wedding present, Eva said weakly. Juliet was never going to use the money properly anyway. She wastes everything on that ridiculous business of hers. My profitable business, I corrected. The one that helped me meet grandfather's conditions. The one you called a hobby and refused to support. Mia appeared at my side with a fresh drink. I took it gratefully, watching my mother's carefully constructed plan collapse. This is spiteful, Selena hissed. You're just jealous because Lincoln chose me instead of you. The room got very quiet. Lincoln choked on his champagne. I couldn't help but laugh. Is that what she told you, Selena? That I wanted Lincoln? I turned to her fiancé. No offense, but you were never my type. Though I do wonder if you knew about their little financial scheme. Lincoln raised his hands. I was told the house was a gift from family funds. That's all. It was going to be, Eva insisted. Juliet, please. We can work something out. A loan, perhaps? No. The word rang with finality. You don't get to take what's mine anymore. Not my money, not my dignity, not my reputation. I turned to address the stunned guests. For years, they've painted me as the family failure, the rebellious daughter who couldn't meet expectations. Well, guess what? I met every single condition grandfather set. I built something of my own, and I did it while they were making plans to steal my inheritance. We weren't stealing, Selena protested, but her voice was small. Really? I pulled out another document. Then explained this loan application with my forged signature. The one you submitted last month. Eva swayed on her feet. My father had to grab her arm to steady her. Gage has copies of everything, I continued. The fraudulent applications, the correspondence with realtors, the contracts drawn up in my name without my knowledge. Would you like him to share those too? That's enough, my father said hoarsely. No, Dad. For once in my life, it's not enough. I raised my glass. To the happy couple. I wish you luck finding a house you can actually afford. I drained my drink and turned to leave, but not before catching Aunt Jolie's whispered words to her neighbor. Eva always said Juliet was the problem child. Looks like she was wrong about that too. Juliet, wait! My father's voice followed me into the hallway. I kept walking, Mia and Gage flanking me like bodyguards. Let her go, Tobias, Eva called out. She's made her choice. I spun around. My choice? You tried to steal millions from me, and I'm the one making bad choices? The party guests were spilling into the hallway now, drawn to the unfolding drama like moths to flame. Eva must have noticed, because she lowered her voice to a harsh whisper. We should discuss this privately. Why? Scared what else might come out? I pulled another document from my clutch. Like the fact that this isn't the first time you've helped yourself to money that isn't yours? Eva lunged for the paper, but Gage stepped between us. I wouldn't, he warned. Attempting to destroy evidence won't help your situation. Evidence of what? My father asked. Dad, remember Aunt Sarah's inheritance? The one that mysteriously got tied up in probate for 3 years? His face went slack. Eva. It was a loan, she said quickly. I paid it back. After she threatened legal action, I added. Funny how that keeps happening. Selena pushed through the crowd, Lincoln trailing behind her. You're lying. Mom would never... Ask her about Cousin Robert's college fund, I interrupted. Or Uncle David's retirement account. It's amazing how many family members trusted you to handle their finances, Mother. The whispers grew louder. I saw recognition dawn on several faces. Other victims of Eva's financial manipulations putting the pieces together. I did what I had to do for this family. Eva's composure finally cracked. To maintain our position, Our reputation. You mean your reputation, I corrected. Your social standing. Your perfect image. Everything I did was for Selena's future. The words hung in the air. I watched my sister's face crumple as she realized what our mother had just admitted. Only Selena's future? My father asked quietly. What about Juliet? Eva waved dismissively. Juliet chose to abandon family values. She rejected everything we stand for. I rejected your control, I said. There's a difference. You ungrateful little... Eva started forward again, but this time it was Lincoln who caught her arm. That's enough, Eva. His voice was firm. You're only making things worse. Selena stared at her fiancé. Lincoln? I'm sorry, but this has to stop. He turned to me. How long have you known about all this? A few months. After I discovered the forged loan applications, I had Gage investigate everything. Turns out Mother's been playing financial shell games for years. They weren't games, Eva protested. I was investing in our family's future. By committing fraud? Gage asked mildly. That's an interesting investment strategy. Aunt Jolie stepped forward. Eva, is this why you insisted on managing my divorce settlement? The blood drained from my mother's face. I think, Gage said smoothly, several people here might want to review their financial records. My office would be happy to assist. You planned this, Selena accused me. You deliberately waited until my engagement party to humiliate us. No, sister dear. Mother did that when she decided to announce stealing my trust fund in front of everyone. I smiled coldly. I just decided to tell the truth. The truth? Eva laughed hysterically. The truth is, you've always been jealous of Selena, always trying to overshadow her special moments. Special moments like when you used my college fund for her Sweet 16 party? Or when you convinced grandfather I was too irresponsible to handle my inheritance. I stepped closer. I've got copies of those letters too, Mother. The ones where you painted me as an unstable disappointment while begging him to give you control of the trust. For once, Eva had no response. My father's voice was heavy. How much, Eva? How much have you taken from others? Tobias, I can explain. How much? The silence stretched. Finally, Gage spoke. Based on our investigation, approximately $2.3 million over the past decade. The gasps were audible. Someone dropped a glass. Don't worry, I announced to the shocked crowd. Anyone who's been affected will be receiving detailed documentation from Gage's office. I'm sure the police will be interested too. The police? Selena squeaked. Fraud is a crime, sis. So is forgery. I turned to leave again, then paused. Oh, and Mother, don't bother trying to access any accounts tonight. They've all been frozen pending investigation. As I walked away, I heard the chaos erupting behind me. Accusations, crying, demands for explanations. But it was Lincoln's voice that carried clearest. Selena, we need to talk about this wedding. Perfect timing. Because there was still so much more they didn't know about the happy couple. The morning after the engagement party, I sat in Gage's office reviewing bank statements while my phone buzzed constantly with family drama. Your mother's been busy, Gage said, sliding another document across his desk. Look at these transfers. I studied the paper. All going to an account in Selena's name? Not exactly. He tapped the routing number. It's registered to a shell company. Guess who's the silent partner? Before I could answer, my phone lit up with Lincoln's name. I showed it to Gage. Take it, he said. Could be interesting. I answered on speaker. This is unexpected. Juliet. Lincoln's voice was tense. We need to meet. Privately. Why would I want to do that? Because I have information you might find useful. About Eva and Selena's other activities. I caught Gage's raised eyebrow. When and where? The coffee shop on 5th. 1 hour? Make it the restaurant at the Marriott, I countered. More witnesses, less chance of drama. He agreed and hung up. Gage leaned back in his chair. Want me there? No, but have Mia grab a table nearby, just in case. An hour later, I watched Lincoln fidget with his water glass across the table. He looked like he hadn't slept. Talk, I said. First, I need to know something. He glanced around before continuing. How much do you already know about the real estate deals? Which ones? The fraudulent loan applications or the property flip schemes? He winced. Both. But mainly the flips. Did you know Eva's been using insider information from her position on the city council? Now that was interesting. Tell me more. She's been tipping Selena off about upcoming development projects. They buy properties cheap, wait for the announcements, then sell at massive profits. He ran a hand through his hair. That's how they could afford that house they promised to buy us. It wasn't just your trust fund they were counting on. And you're just now developing a conscience about this? I didn't know at first, he protested. Selena said her mom was just good at predicting market trends. Then I found documents. He pulled out his phone, showing me photos of paperwork. Forward those to me. Already sent them to your lawyer. Look, Juliet, there's more. The shell company you found? It's not just Eva and Selena. There are other council members involved. I sat back. You're talking about a corruption scandal. I'm talking about saving myself, he corrected. I'm on some of those documents as a potential buyer. If this comes out... When? I interrupted. When this comes out. He paled. I'm cooperating. That has to count for something. We'll see. I studied him. Why tell me this now? Why not earlier? Because until yesterday, I thought Selena was the victim of her mother's schemes too. But the way she reacted when everything came out... He shook his head. She knew. She's been actively involved from the start. My phone buzzed with a text from Mia. Eva just walked into the lobby. Time to go, I told Lincoln. Send everything you have to Gage. And Lincoln, if you're lying about any of this... I'm not, I swear. He stood quickly. One more thing. Check into property purchases around the old factory district. That's their next target. I left through the kitchen just as Eva entered the restaurant. Through the window, I watched her confront Lincoln, her face twisted with rage. Back at Gage's office, Mia was waiting with fresh intel. You'll never guess what I found, she said, pulling up emails on her laptop. Remember that charity gala Selena chaired last year? The one she got all those awards for? Yeah, well, seems like most of the donations never made it to actual charities. Mia grinned. Your sister's been playing benefactor with other people's money. Add it to the pile, Gage said, scanning Lincoln's documents. This is getting bigger than family fraud. We're looking at potential RICO charges. My phone buzzed again. Selena this time. I read her message aloud. We need to talk. I know what you're doing. Don't make me fight back. She sounds scared, Mia observed. She should be. I started typing a response. Tell her I'll meet tomorrow. Same restaurant. Are you sure? Gage asked. She's cornered. That makes her dangerous. So am I. I showed them the final document I'd been saving. And I haven't even played my trump card yet. Mia grabbed the paper, her eyes widening. Holy shit! Is this for real? Completely. And tomorrow, Selena's going to learn exactly what it feels like when your whole world falls apart. I took the document back, running my finger over the damning evidence of my sister's biggest betrayal yet. Sometimes revenge is best served one devastating piece at a time. Selena was already waiting when I arrived at the restaurant, her designer handbag placed strategically on the table like a shield. Her perfect makeup couldn't quite hide her sleepless night. You're late, she snapped as I sat down. Actually, I'm right on time. You're early. Nervous? She ignored the jab. I want you to stop this investigation. Now. Or what? Or I'll tell everyone about your breakdown in college. How you were hospitalized. For exhaustion, I cut in. After working 3 jobs because mother drained my tuition fund. Try again. Selena's fingers tightened around her water glass. You're destroying our family. No, you and mother did that. I'm just exposing it. I pulled out the document I'd been saving. Speaking of exposure, what's that? Proof that you've been sleeping with Marcus Reynolds. You know, the city council member who's been helping you and mother with those lucrative property deals? The color drained from her face. You're lying. Hotel receipts, photos, texts. I laid them out one by one. Does Lincoln know you were already engaged when he proposed? That's private. So is my trust fund. Funny how that works. I leaned forward. Tell me something, Selena. Was the affair just for fun? Or was it part of mother's plan too? You don't understand anything, she hissed. Marcus has influence, connections. Mother said that sleeping your way to insider information was acceptable? That betraying Lincoln was worth it for profit? Lincoln's a means to an end. Mother found him, vetted his family's connections. It was all arranged. I sat back, genuinely surprised. Does he know that? Of course not. He thinks we had some romantic meeting at a charity gala. She smiled bitterly. Mother orchestrated everything, like she always does. And you just went along with it? Why shouldn't I? You got everything else. Grandfather's love, his trust fund, his faith in your precious business abilities. Her voice cracked. I got mother's plans and expectations, her schemes, her constant pressure to be perfect. For a moment, I almost felt sorry for her. Almost. You had choices, Selena. You chose to forge documents, to steal from charities, to cheat on your fiancé while helping mother defraud our entire family. I didn't save it. I gathered the evidence back into my folder. You know what the difference is between us? I fought back. You became her accomplice. Please, she whispered, don't show those photos to Lincoln. That depends on you. What do you want? A full confession. Everything you and mother have done. Every scheme. Every victim. Written and signed. She paled further. I can't. She'd never forgive me. She's going down anyway. The only question is whether you go down with her. You're bluffing. You don't have enough proof. My phone buzzed. I checked the message and smiled. Actually, Marcus Reynolds just finished talking to investigators. Seems he's eager to make a deal. Selena's handbag crashed to the floor, spilling its contents. As she scrambled to collect them, a familiar document caught my eye. What's that? I snatched the paper before she could grab it. Is this a copy of grandfather's original will? Give it back. She lunged across the table, but I was already reading. Holy shit. I looked up at her panicked face. The trust fund was never meant for me at all, was it? It was supposed to be split equally between us. Mother said you'd waste it, she said weakly. She convinced grandfather to change it, to make you prove yourself first. While you got your half free and clear, I scanned the document dates. Except you didn't, did you? Mother kept that money too. Used it for her schemes. Tears smeared Selena's mascara. She said she was investing it for me. In property scams and insider trading? Wake up, Selena. She played us both. My phone buzzed again. Mia this time. Ava just pulled up outside. Perfect timing, I said, standing. Here comes Mother now. Let's see what she says about this will. No. Selena grabbed my arm. Please, I'll tell you everything. Just not with her here. I studied my sister, really looked at her, and saw something I'd never noticed before. Fear. Not of me, but of Eva. Fine. We do this at Gage's office. Now. As we slipped out the back, I caught a glimpse of Eva storming into the restaurant. For the first time, I wondered if Selena and I had more in common than I'd thought. But first, she had a confession to make, and Mother had a reckoning coming that would shake our family to its core. Start from the beginning, Gage said. recording device ready as Selena sat in his office. When did Eva first involve you in her financial schemes? I was 19. Selena's voice shook. Mother said she needed my signature on some papers. Just routine family business, she claimed. The first property deal? No, that came later. She needed access to grandfather's accounts. Said he was getting forgetful. Needed help managing things. I leaned forward. Was he really? No. Selena wouldn't meet my eyes. He was sharp until the end. But Mother said, if we didn't take control, you'd get everything. The office door burst open. Eva stood there, face contorted with rage. Selena, stop talking immediately. How did you... I started. Find you? Eva sneered. I had your phone tracked months ago. Did you really think I wouldn't take precautions? Gage stood. This is a private meeting. Leave, or I'll call security. My daughter isn't saying another word without legal representation. I already told them everything, Mother. Selena's voice was small but steady. About Marcus, the property deals, grandfather's accounts, everything. Eva moved so fast I barely saw it. Her hand cracked across Selena's face, leaving an angry red mark. Gage grabbed Eva's arm before she could strike again. That's assault. One more move, and I'm calling the police. You ungrateful little snake, Eva hissed at Selena. After everything I've done for you. Done for me? Selena touched her cheek. You used me. My whole life, you've used me against Juliet, against grandfather, against everyone. I made you perfect. You made me your puppet. Selena stood, shaking. Even Lincoln was just another one of your schemes. Did you think I wouldn't figure out you paid him to pursue me? That was news to me. What? Oh, yes, Selena laughed bitterly. Mother arranged everything. Found out Lincoln needed money for his startup, offered him an investment if he'd date her perfect daughter. Isn't that right, Mother? Eva's silence was damning. But here's the best part, Selena continued, gaining strength. Lincoln fell for Juliet first, at that charity gala. Mother had to double her offer to get him to choose me instead. The room spun slightly. I remembered that gala, how Lincoln had talked to me all evening until Eva suddenly whisked him away. That's why you pushed them together so hard, I said to Eva. Why you kept throwing them at each other. It wasn't about Selena's happiness at all. It was about control, Selena said. Like always. Eva straightened her designer jacket. Everything I did was to secure our family's position, our legacy. By committing fraud? Gage held up a stack of documents. By stealing from your own children? I borrowed what was necessary. You stole my inheritance, I interrupted. You manipulated grandfather into changing his will, then stole Selena's half too. And now, Gage added, we have proof of insider trading, charity fraud, and multiple counts of forgery. Want to try explaining that? Eva's mask finally cracked. You have no idea what it takes to maintain our status. The constant competition, the social obligations, the expectations, the criminal behavior, I suggested. Don't you dare judge me. I protected this family. I gave you both everything. You gave us trauma, Selena said quietly. Manipulation. Lies. She turned to me. I'm sorry, Juliet. For everything. Eva lunged for the recording device, but Gage was faster. In the scuffle, her purse spilled, and dozens of USB drives scattered across the floor. What are these? I picked one up. Don't! Eva's panic was instant. I handed the drive to Gage, who plugged it into his computer. His eyebrows shot up. More evidence of fraud? I asked. Better. He turned the screen. Blackmail material. Eva's been collecting dirt on everyone in her social circle. Looks like we just found her insurance policy. Eva sagged into a chair, finally defeated. Call Dad, I told Selena. He needs to hear all of this. She nodded, hands trembling as she dialed. It's over, Mother, I said. The police are already investigating the property deals. Marcus Reynolds is talking. and now we have proof of everything else. You're going to destroy our family name, she whispered. No. You did that yourself. We're just exposing the truth. As if on cue, my phone buzzed with a news alert. City council member implicated in property fraud scheme. Multiple arrests expected. I showed it to Eva. Looks like your perfect plan is falling apart. She stared at the screen, then at her daughters. The two women she'd tried so hard to control, now united against her. And finally, Eva Hunt began to cry. The family gathered in our father's study 3 days later. The room felt smaller than I remembered, crowded with tension and unspoken accusations. Eva sat rigidly in an armchair, her designer outfit unable to hide her dishevelment. Dad stood by the window, looking older than his years. The police have everything, Gage announced to the assembled group. The property fraud evidence, the charity embezzlement records, the forged documents. They'll be making arrests soon. Arrests? Dad's voice cracked. Eva, what have you done? What I had to, she replied mechanically, to maintain our position. Aunt Jolie stepped forward. Our position? You stole my divorce settlement. I had to remortgage my house because of you. I was going to pay it back, Eva insisted. Once the property deals... Stop lying, Selena cut in. She'd been staying with me since her confession, slowly emerging from Eva's influence. Just tell the truth for once. Eva's face hardened. The truth? The truth is, I made this family what it is. I secured our social standing, our connections. Through blackmail, I added, holding up one of the USB drives. Should we show everyone what's on these? Don't you dare. Why not? Isn't this your life's work? All the secrets you collected, the dirt you gathered on your so-called friends? Lincoln, who'd insisted on being present, spoke up. Does that drive include the real reason you approached me about Selena? Eva flinched. Because I'd like everyone to hear how you offered to fund my startup if I broke things off with Juliet and dated Selena instead. The room erupted in gasps and murmurs. Dad turned from the window, face ashen. You did what? It was for the best, Eva said desperately. Lincoln's family has connections we needed. Juliet would have ruined the opportunity with her independence. My independence? I laughed. You mean my refusal to be your puppet? You never understood the importance of appearances. But Selena did. She was perfect. I was terrified, Selena shouted, surprising everyone. Every day, wondering if I'd disappoint you, if I'd make some mistake that would ruin your precious plans. Do you know what that's like? Eva recoiled as if slapped. And now, Gage continued smoothly, those plans have backfired spectacularly. The DA is particularly interested in the insider trading charges. How many years in prison are we talking about? Aunt Jolie asked. Given the scope of the fraud, potentially 15 to 20. Eva swayed in her seat. No, I can fix this. I have information on people. Leverage. Your blackmail material has been turned over to the authorities, I said. Though I'm sure your society friends will be thrilled to learn how you've been collecting their secrets. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Eva spat. Destroying everything I built? Built? Dad's voice thundered suddenly. You built nothing but lies. You stole from our family, manipulated our daughters, corrupted everything you touched. He turned to Gage. What do we do now? Eva has 2 choices, Gage replied. She can cooperate, plead guilty, and possibly receive a reduced sentence. Or she can fight it and face maximum penalties. And risk exposing her precious social circle in a public trial? I smiled coldly. We know which she'll choose. The doorbell rang. Through the study window, I saw police cars in the driveway. Right on schedule, Gage said. Eva stood shakily. Tobias, please, don't let them take me. But Dad turned away, shoulders slumped. I don't know you anymore, Eva. Maybe I never did. Officers entered the study, reading Eva her rights. As they led her away, she tried one last time. Selena, darling, tell them this is a mistake. Selena moved to stand beside me. Goodbye, Mother. We watched in silence as Eva Hunt, social queen and master manipulator, was escorted to a waiting police car. What happens now? Lincoln asked quietly. Now, I said, we start fixing what she broke, beginning with returning everything she stole. And us? Selena looked at me uncertainly. Can we fix that too? I studied my sister, really looked at her, and saw not the golden child who tormented me, but another victim of Eva's manipulation. We can try, I said finally, but no more lies, no more schemes. She nodded, tears spilling. I'd like that. Dad cleared his throat. Your grandfather, he'd be proud of you both, for finding the truth, for standing up to her. Together, I added, surprising myself by taking Selena's hand. As the police cars drove away, I felt something shift in the room, like a heavy curtain finally lifting, letting in light. Eva's perfect facade had shattered, but maybe something real could grow in its place. Sometimes revenge isn't about destroying your enemies. Sometimes it's about breaking free of their control and rebuilding what they tried to break. The morning of Eva's sentencing, I found Selena in grandfather's old study, staring at his portrait above the fireplace. Ready? I asked. Not really. She smoothed her skirt. Did you read the victim impact statements? Most of them. Aunt Jolie's was particularly powerful. I wrote one too. Selena turned to face me. About what it was like growing up as her perfect puppet. The court psychologist said it might help other people recognize signs of manipulation in their own families. Pride, an unfamiliar feeling toward my sister, swelled in my chest. That's really brave. I learned it from you. She managed a small smile. Though I still can't believe Lincoln's statement. The details about how Mother orchestrated our whole relationship. Are you okay? About him, I mean? Surprisingly, yes. It's like waking up from a long nightmare. Everything looks different now. Dad appeared in the doorway, straightening his tie. Girls, it's time. The courthouse steps were crowded with reporters. Eva's scandal had rocked the city's social circles, exposing corruption that went far beyond our family. Marcus Reynolds had already pleaded guilty, along with 3 other council members. Inside, we found Mia and Gage saving seats in the front row. Ava sat at the defendant's table, her designer outfit replaced by simple business wear. She didn't turn around. The judge's voice filled the courtroom. Ava Hunt, you stand convicted of multiple counts of fraud, embezzlement, and financial exploitation. Before sentencing, would you like to address the court? Ava stood slowly. Your Honor, I've had time to reflect on my actions. I realize now that I lost sight of what truly matters. My pursuit of social status and financial gain corrupted my relationship with my family, especially my daughters. I felt Selena tense beside me. I apologize to those I've hurt, Eva continued, particularly my daughters, Juliet and Selena. I thought I was protecting our family's legacy, but instead, I nearly destroyed it. The judge nodded. While I appreciate your statement, the severity and duration of your crimes cannot be overlooked. This court sentences you to 18 years in federal prison, with possibility of parole after 12 years. Additionally, you are ordered to make full restitution to your victims. The gavel struck. Eva's shoulders slumped. As officers approached to take her away, she finally turned to look at us. For a moment, I saw past the manipulation and schemes to something raw and broken. A woman who'd sacrificed everything real for the illusion of perfection. Outside, reporters shouted questions, but Gage shepherded us through the crowd to waiting cars. Back at the house, Dad opened grandfather's special scotch. A toast, he said, to truth, and to healing, and to grandfather, I added. Who knew exactly what he was doing with that trust fund? Selena looked up. What do you mean? Think about it. He made my access conditional on proving I could succeed independently. He knew Mother would try to control the money, so he made sure I'd be strong enough to fight back when the time came. He protected you, Selena whispered, while I got the easy inheritance and fell right into Mother's trap. Maybe he knew you'd need Juliet to help free you, Mia suggested. The doorbell rang. Dad returned moments later with a courier package. It's from Howard's old law firm, he said, reading the letter inside. Apparently he left instructions for this to be delivered after Eva was sentenced. Inside was a second envelope, marked, "For my granddaughters." With trembling hands, I opened it and read aloud. My dearest girls, if you're reading this, the truth has finally come out. Eva's manipulation was apparent to me long ago, but directly opposing her would only have driven you both further under her control. Instead, I chose to give you different tools. Juliet, the challenge to become strong independently, and Selena, the freedom to make mistakes and learn from them. I'm sorry for the pain this caused, but I believe in you both. Together, you have the strength to rebuild something better than Eva's false perfection. The enclosed key is to a safety deposit box containing documents about your grandmother, Eva's mother. Perhaps understanding where Eva's obsession with social status came from will help you avoid repeating history. Love always, grandfather. Selena wiped tears away. He knew. All along, he knew. And he trusted us to figure it out, I said. To break free. Together, she added, echoing my words from before. I looked around the study, at Dad finally standing tall, at Mia and Gage, who'd helped expose the truth, at my sister emerging from Eva's shadow. The weight of revenge had lifted, replaced by something lighter. Hope. Together, I agreed, raising my glass. To writing our own story from now on.
The last time I saw my grandmother alive, she made me promise to fight. I didn't understand what she meant then, sitting on the weathered deck of her beach house, watching the waves crash against the shore. Now, as I sit in Samuel's law office, watching my sister's perfectly glossed lips curl into a smile, I finally get it. My name is Louisa, and I'm about to watch my family steal everything that matters. Before we begin the reading, Samuel adjusts his tie nervously. I want to express my condolences to the Russell family. Rose was a remarkable woman. My mother dabs at dry eyes with a monogrammed handkerchief. She certainly was, though those final months. She trails off, shooting me a look that screams, "Don't you dare contradict me!" I was there those final months. Every weekend, while they were too busy to visit, I'd drive to the beach house. Grandmother and I would sit on her porch, drinking tea, talking about everything and nothing. Her mind was sharp as ever, even when her body started failing. Let's proceed. Samuel shuffles papers, his hands trembling slightly. Regarding the primary residence at 1847 Ocean Drive, my sister Stephanie leans forward, pearls catching the fluorescent light. The beach house, she clarifies unnecessarily, as if we didn't all know what was at stake. Yes, well, Samuel clears his throat. According to this updated will, dated 3 weeks before Rose's passing, the property is to be transferred in its entirety to Stephanie Russell. The room goes still. I feel 5 pairs of eyes on me, waiting for the reaction, the outburst, the tears. I give them nothing but silence. There must be some mistake, I say quietly, meeting Samuel's gaze. He looks away first. The documentation is quite clear, my father interjects, his voice carrying that familiar, patronizing tone. Your grandmother made her wishes known. Did she? 3 weeks before her death, when she was in a medically induced coma. The same grandmother who told me, not 2 months ago, "This house is your sanctuary, Louisa. Don't let anyone tell you different. Louisa, darling." My mother reaches across the mahogany desk to pat my hand. I resist the urge to pull away. You know how close Stephanie and your grandmother were. It only makes sense. Close? Stephanie visited twice a year, complaining about the sand, the heat, the lack of decent restaurants. I bite my tongue until I taste copper. I'm just surprised, I manage. Grandmother always said, Rose said a lot of things near the end. Stephanie cuts in, examining her manicure. She wasn't exactly herself. The lie hangs heavy in the air. I think of the envelope hidden in my apartment, the one grandmother pressed into my hands that last lucid day. Open this if they try anything funny, she'd said, her eyes clear and knowing. Promise me you'll fight. Well, Samuel continues, shuffling more papers, there are some smaller items to be distributed. Louisa, you're to receive your grandmother's collection of vintage cookbooks and— The jewellery box. My mother interrupts. The one with the paste diamonds. Rose specifically wanted Louisa to have that. She smiles, all teeth and triumph. I remember the real diamonds, locked in my mother's safe since last Christmas. How thoughtful, I say. There's also the matter of the trust fund. Samuel continues, but my mind is already racing ahead. Something's wrong. The way Samuel won't meet my eyes, how my father keeps checking his phone, the slight tremor in my mother's perfectly manicured hands. I'd like a copy of the will, I say suddenly, for my records. Of course, Samuel replies too quickly. I'll have my assistant prepare one. Stephanie stands, smoothing her designer dress. Well, if that's all settled, I should get going. Miles is showing me some contractors later. The beach house needs— She pauses for effect. Updating. My stomach turns. Miles Burton, the real estate agent who's had a crush on me since high school, the one who knows every property detail in that beach town like the back of his hand. Lovely idea. My mother beams. The place could use a modern touch. I remain seated as they gather their things, making plans for lunch, discussing renovation ideas as if my grandmother hasn't been gone a week, as if they haven't just stolen her last gift to me. Samuel is the last to leave, pausing at the door. For a moment, I think he might say something, confess something. Instead, he just nods and hurries out. I sit alone in the empty office, my grandmother's voice echoing in my head. Promise me you'll fight. I touch my bag, feeling the outline of the envelope inside. I promise, I whisper, and for the first time since the reading began, I smile. They think they've won. They have no idea what's coming. You're being paranoid, Eliana says, sprawled across my couch with a glass of wine. But also completely right. I'm pacing, grandmother's envelope clutched in my hands. For a week, I've carried it everywhere, afraid to open it, more afraid to lose it. The timing doesn't make sense. She was in a coma when that will was supposedly signed. So, open it. Eliana points to the envelope. What's the worst that could happen? Before I can answer, my phone buzzes. Mother. Darling, we're having lunch at La Maison. Join us? Stephanie wants to discuss her plans for the house. My stomach churns. I'll be there. Perfect. And wear something presentable. La Maison is exactly the kind of overpriced French restaurant my family loves. I arrive in a simple black dress, immediately spotting them at the best table. Stephanie's already holding court. The contractor says we can knock down that awful sunroom, she's saying. Replace it with floor-to-ceiling windows. Grandmother loved that sunroom, I say, sliding into my seat. She used to read there every morning. Well, she's not reading there anymore.
Stephanie replies sweetly. Times change. Mother signals the waiter. Louisa, you'll get something eventually too, sweetie. Perhaps when your father and I are gone. Speaking of the house, I cut in, I'd love to see the paperwork from the will update. When exactly was it filed? My father suddenly becomes very interested in his menu. Mother's smile tightens. Why does that matter? Curiosity. I shrug. Plus, I was there almost every weekend. Funny how grandmother never mentioned changing her will. She didn't want to upset you, Stephanie says. Obviously. Obviously, I echo, almost as obvious as her signing documents while in a coma. The table goes silent. Mother's fork clatters against her plate. What exactly are you implying? Father asks, his voice low. Nothing. I stand up. Just finding it hard to eat. Must be grief. I leave them sitting there, my mother already launching into damage control. She's always been dramatic. That afternoon, I visit Samuel's office unannounced. His assistant tries to stop me, but I push past her. The filing date, I demand, walking straight to his desk. When was the will amendment filed? Samuel goes pale. I can't discuss that without... 3 days before she died, I say. When she was unconscious in the hospital. Want to explain that? He starts gathering papers, hands shaking. Miss Russell, I'll have to ask you to leave. Fine, but I'm sure the State Bar Association will have questions too. His head snaps up. Please, don't. There was pressure. Your mother. Save it. I cut him off. I'll be back with my lawyer. Outside, I call Miles. He picks up on the second ring. Hey, stranger. Just talked to your sister about renovation plans. She's got big ideas for that place. When did my parents first contact you about selling? There's a pause. What? The beach house, Miles. When did they start planning to sell it? Oh, about 2 weeks ago? Right before your grandmother. Wait, was I not supposed to? I hang up, my hands shaking. 2 weeks ago, before the will reading, before they even knew they'd get the house. My phone buzzes again. A text from Eliana. Found something. Come over now. 20 minutes later, I'm staring at her laptop screen. She's pulled up county records, property documents, legal filings. Look at the timestamps. She points. The amendment was uploaded to the system at 11:42 p.m. on the 15th. Your grandmother was admitted to the hospital on the 12th. They didn't even try to hide it, I whisper. There's more. Eliana clicks another tab. The beach house? It's already listed as coming soon on 3 real estate websites. They're asking $2.8 million. My vision blurs. The envelope in my bag feels heavy, like it's burning through the fabric. Open it, Eliana says softly. Whatever's in there, it's time. With trembling fingers, I break the seal. Inside are 3 things: a DVD, a legal document, and a handwritten note. The note reads, My dearest Louisa, if you're reading this, they've shown their true colors. Watch the video first, then take the document to Lauren Martinez. She's a lawyer, I trust. What they've done is fraud, plain and simple. But you'll need to be smart about this. Let them think they've won. Let them get sloppy. Then show them what my real legacy is. You. I look up at Eliana, who's already reaching for her laptop. Ready to watch a video? My phone buzzes again. Stephanie. Mom says you're upset. Don't do anything stupid, little sister. Some things are better left alone. I turn off my phone. Play it. Grandmother's face fills the screen, and my heart stops. She's sitting in her favorite armchair in the beach house, sunlight streaming through the windows behind her. The timestamp shows this was recorded just 6 weeks before her death. "Louisa," she begins, her voice strong and clear. "If you're watching this, then everything I feared has come to pass. Your mother has always been creative with the truth, especially when money is involved." Eliana squeezes my hand as we watch. I've known for months they were planning something. Valerie's been asking about property values, bringing up reverse mortgages. Damien's company isn't doing as well as they pretend. Grandmother's eyes narrow. But this house isn't meant to pay for their mistakes. She holds up a document. "This is a legally binding codicil to my will, properly notarized and filed with the county court. Not with Samuel. I don't trust him anymore. The beach house belongs to you, Louisa." "Only you," my breath catches. Eliana pauses the video. "Check the envelope again." The legal document matches the one in the video exactly. Notary stamp, witnesses, everything in order. "Play it," I whisper. "There's something else you should know," Grandmother continues. "Something I've kept secret for years. It's about your father, your real father." The room spins. Eliana grabs my arm, but that's a conversation for another day. Right now, you need to focus on exposing what they've done. The codicil is ironclad, but timing is everything. Let them reveal themselves first. The video ends. Eliana and I sit in stunned silence. "Holy shit!" she finally says. My phone rings. Miles again. I answer on speaker. "Look," he starts, sounding nervous. "About earlier. Your parents swore they had permission to list the property. Said it was all arranged with the will and everything. When exactly did they first contact you?" 3 weeks ago. They wanted a quiet listing, nothing public yet. Said your grandmother had agreed to sell, but..." He hesitates. "But that couldn't be true, could it? She was already in the hospital then." "Thanks, Miles. I'll need you to put that in writing." "Louisa, wait." I hang up. Eliana's already typing furiously on her laptop. "Lauren Martinez," she says. "Found her. Top estate lawyer, offices downtown. Want me to call?" Before I can answer, my phone buzzes with a text from Stephanie. "Mom's furious about your little scene at lunch. Stop making trouble. You're embarrassing yourself." Another text follows. "Besides, what could you possibly do about it now?" "Call the lawyer," I tell Eliana. "I need to go somewhere first." An hour later, I'm standing on the beach house porch, using my old key, the one they don't know I have. The place smells like grandmother, sea salt and lavender. My fingers trail along the walls as I walk through rooms filled with memories. In the kitchen, there's still a mug in the dish rack from my last visit. The sunroom Stephanie wants to demolish holds grandmother's favorite wicker chair, a half-finished novel on its cushion. I step onto the back deck, remembering a day 15 years ago. Grandmother and I had buried a time capsule under the loose board by the steps. "This is our secret," she'd said. "Something just for us." I find the board easily, pry it up. The metal box is still there, untouched. Inside, photos, letters, and an envelope I'd never seen before. My hands shake as I open it. Another letter, dated just months ago. "My dearest Louisa, if you're reading this, you've remembered our hiding place. Good. You'll need every advantage in the fight ahead. They'll try to paint you as emotional, unstable, greedy. Don't let them. You are stronger than they know. The truth about your father is in the bottom of my jewelry box. The real one, not the fake one your mother thinks I don't know about. But that's for later. For now, remember this. I didn't just leave you a house. I left you the power to show them exactly who they are. All my love, Rose. My phone buzzes. Eliana. Lawyer can see us tomorrow at 9 a.m. You okay? I text back. Better than okay. I'm ready. Standing on the deck, watching the sunset over the ocean, I feel grandmother's presence. They thought they could erase her final wishes. Erase me. Instead, they've given me exactly what I need to expose their fraud. Another text arrives. Unknown number. Back off now, or you won't like what happens next. I smile, thinking of the evidence mounting in my favor. Bring it on, I whispered to the waves. Bring it all on. Lauren Martinez's office feels more like a war room than a law firm. Documents spread across her desk. My grandmother's video paused on a laptop screen. This is... She removes her glasses. Extraordinary. Your grandmother was brilliant. Can they fight it? I ask. They can try. Lauren's smile is sharp. They'll lose. The codicil is perfect. Filed with the court, properly witnessed, dated well before her hospitalization. Plus, we have the video evidence of her mental competency. Eliana, taking notes beside me, looks up. So, what's our next move? First, Lauren says, we file to contest the fraudulent will, then... My phone buzzes. Mother, I put it on speaker. Darling, the most awful rumors are circulating. Something about you meeting with lawyers. Stephanie's beside herself. Is she? I keep my voice neutral. That's strange, considering she sent me a threatening text last night. Don't be ridiculous. She would never. From a burner phone. Very clever, except she used the same phrase she always does. Back off. Dead giveaway. Silence on the line. Then, what do you want, Louisa? The truth would be nice. The truth! Her laugh is brittle. The truth is you're making a scene over nothing. Your grandmother wasn't thinking clearly. I have video proving otherwise. More silence. Then, what video? Lauren nods approvingly as I say, let's meet. Bring Dad and Stephanie. And Samuel, he should hear this too. Now, listen here. Tomorrow, noon, the beach house, or I go straight to the police with evidence of will fraud. I hang up. Lauren is already typing. Perfect. Give them time to panic, make mistakes. Meanwhile, I'm filing an emergency injunction to prevent any property sales or modifications. My phone lights up with texts. Stephanie. You vindictive little bitch. Father. Let's discuss this reasonably. Samuel. Please call me urgently. Look at this. Eliana turns her laptop toward us. Your parents' country club membership just got revoked. Apparently they're 6 months behind on dues. They're broke, I realize. That's why they're so desperate to sell the house. More than broke, Lauren adds, pulling up financial records. Your father's company is under investigation for securities fraud. They need liquid assets fast. My phone rings again. Miles. Your mother just called, he says. Offered me a bonus to fast-track the sale. Louisa, what's going on? Cancel the listing, Miles. The house isn't hers to sell. Already done. But she mentioned something about old property liens. Said you might try to cause trouble, but they had paperwork. Fake paperwork. I cut in. Don't get involved. Trust me. After he hangs up, Lauren looks concerned. Liens? They're getting desperate. Good thing your grandmother cleared all debts years ago. We have proof of that too. My phone buzzes with an email. From Samuel. Louisa, I need to confess something. Your mother threatened my practice if I didn't cooperate. I have documentation of everything. I'll testify. Lauren reads it and smiles. They're turning on each other. Perfect. Another text arrives. Unknown number again. Last chance. Drop this, or everyone learns what really happened the night Dad's company lost its biggest client. I show Lauren. She frowns. What's that about? No idea, but Stephanie's trying to blackmail the wrong person. I was in college when Dad's company started failing. Keep that text. Lauren says. Blackmail's a felony. Driving home, Eliana asks, Are you ready for tomorrow? I think of the jewelry box mentioned in Grandmother's letter. The truth about my father. They're not the only ones with secrets. At home, another email waits. From my mother's sister, my Aunt Rachel, who I haven't seen in years. Louisa, heard what's happening. About time. Your mother pulled the same stunt when our father died. Tried to steal my inheritance. Ask her about the missing trust fund documents. I have copies. P.S. Your grandmother told me everything. About your real father, the artist. About why Valerie resents you so much. Call me. My hands shake as I forward the email to Lauren. Final text of the night, from my mother. Fine. Tomorrow at noon. But remember, family secrets work both ways. I think of the mounting evidence. The video, the codicil, Samuel's confession, Aunt Rachel's documents, Stephanie's blackmail attempt. They thought I was the weak one, the quiet one, the one who wouldn't fight back. They were wrong. I send one reply. Looking forward to it. Bring the real jewelry box. Then I turn off my phone and smile, imagining their panic as midnight approaches. Tomorrow, everything changes. Tomorrow, Grandmother's real legacy emerges. And I'm ready. The beach house looks different at noon. Colder, somehow, despite the summer heat. I'm sitting in Grandmother's wicker chair when they arrive. Mother, Father, Stephanie, and a very nervous Samuel. Where's your lawyer? Mother demands instead of hello. Parking. Where's the jewelry box? She clutches her designer handbag tighter. I don't know what you're talking about. The real one, I say, with the diamonds and the documents. Father steps forward. Louisa, be reasonable. We can work something out. Like you worked something out with Samuel. Samuel flinches. Stephanie moves to the windows, already eyeing renovation possibilities. This is ridiculous. We have a valid will. Valid? Lauren's voice cuts through as she enters. Is that what we're calling fraud now? Mother's face hardens. Who do you think you are? Lauren Martinez, estate law. Shall we discuss the will your daughter supposedly signed while comatose, or the property lines you fabricated? That's absurd. Father sputters. We would never. Save it, I interrupt, pulling out my phone. Miles recorded your conversation about rushing the sale. Samuel's given us his full statement, and Aunt Rachel sends her regards. Mother goes white. You contacted Rachel? She had interesting things to say about missing trust fund documents. Family history repeating itself. Enough! Stephanie shouts. You want to play hardball? Fine. Tell them about Dad's company, Louisa. About what really happened to the Thompson contract. I laugh. I was in Boston when that happened. Try again. Your grandmother wasn't thinking clearly. Mother tries. She was confused. Lauren pulls out her laptop. Shall we watch the video? The one where she's perfectly lucid, describing exactly how you might try to steal the house? I have buyers lined up, Father says desperately. 2.8 million. We'll split it, 50-50. The house isn't for sale. You ungrateful little... Stephanie starts. Careful, Lauren warns. Threats won't help your position, especially after that anonymous text last night. Samuel clears his throat. I need to... Sit down, Mother snaps. Nobody's going anywhere. Actually, Lauren slides a document across the table. Samuel's already given his sworn statement. Would you like to hear it? You're bluffing, Stephanie says, but her voice wavers. I stand up, walk to the loose floorboard, and pry it open. Remember this, Mom? The time capsule. Grandmother left another letter here. Want to know what it says about my real father? The jewelry box hits the floor. Mother's handbag spills open, spilling papers and the ornate box across the hardwood. Don't, she whispers. The artist, I continue, the one you told everyone died before I was born. Except he didn't, did he? Father's head snaps toward Mother. What is she talking about? Nothing, Mother says quickly. She's lying. Am I? Should we call him? Grandmother kept his number, left it right here in this letter. You wouldn't dare. Try me, Lauren clears her throat. We have a simple solution. Acknowledge the codicil, drop all claims to the property, or we take this to court, every detail, every document, every secret. You'll destroy this family, Stephanie says. You did that yourselves. Silence falls. Mother's mascara is running. Father won't meet anyone's eyes. Stephanie's phone keeps buzzing. Probably the contractor she promised the renovation to. 1 hour, Lauren says. Sign the acknowledgement, or we file everything with the court. Your choice. They huddle in the corner, whispering furiously. Samuel sits alone, looking like he might vomit. Finally, Father turns. We'll sign, but this stays private. Unlike the rumors you spread about Grandmother's mental state? Mother flinches. Lauren slides over the papers. One by one, they sign. Samuel notarizes with shaking hands. The jewelry box stays, I say, as Mother reaches for it. You have no right. Like you had no right to forge a will? Leave it. They file out slowly. At the door, Stephanie turns. You'll regret this. No, I say, thinking of Grandmother's strength, her foresight, her love. I really won't. After they're gone, Lauren gathers the papers. Congratulations. The house is officially yours. Want to press charges? I look around at the sunroom they wanted to destroy, the deck where Grandmother and I shared so many sunsets, the kitchen where she taught me to bake. No, I decide. Let them live with what they've done. That's punishment enough. Smart. Lauren nods. They're the ones who look bad here, not you. After she leaves, I open the jewelry box. Inside, beneath the diamonds they tried to steal, is a photo. A man with my eyes, my artistic hands, standing on this very beach. On the back, in Grandmother's writing, Thomas, summer 1993. He would be so proud of you. My phone buzzes. Eliana. Well? I text back. It's done. Come over. There's something I need to show you. The afternoon light fills the sunroom, just like it did when Grandmother was alive. For the first time since she died, I feel at peace. This was never about revenge. It was about truth. The doorbell rings at midnight. I'm still sorting through the jewelry box contents when I find Stephanie swaying on the porch, clearly drunk. You think you've won? She pushes past me into the house. You have no idea what you've done. You're drunk. Go home. Home? She laughs bitterly. Dad's moving out. Mom's having a breakdown. The country club's circulating rumors. Our perfect family. She grabs a framed photo off the wall, studies it. All gone? You did this, not me. Did we? She turns, eyes glassy. Mom said we had to, said the company was about to crash, said this house could save everything. I take the photo from her shaking hands. By stealing it. By surviving! She slumps onto the couch. You don't understand. We're not like you. We can't just exist without the status, the connections. So, that makes fraud okay? Mom said Grandma was going to give you everything, said it wasn't fair. She wipes her eyes, smearing mascara. Said you weren't even really family. The photo in the jewelry box burns in my pocket. Because of my father? Thomas. She spits the name. The artist who seduced Mom one summer. She never got over him. Never got over the fact that you look just like him. My heart stops. What? Oh. Stephanie's laugh is ugly. She never told you. Thomas wasn't some random fling. He was Mom's great love before she met Dad. She got pregnant. He wanted to marry her, but Grandma said no. Said he wasn't good enough. The room spins. Mom chose to marry Dad instead. Family pressure, money, status. Then you came along, looking exactly like the man she gave up. Stephanie reaches for her purse, pulls out a flask. Every time she looks at you, she sees her biggest regret. That's not my fault. No? She takes a long drink. You got all of him. The art, the music, the way you see the world. Even Grandma loved you more because of it. Do you know what it's like competing with a ghost? You never had to compete. You were always the favorite, the replacement. She corrects. The do-over daughter, the one who wouldn't remind her of Thomas. Another drink. But Grandma knew. She always knew you were the real thing. My phone buzzes. Eliana checking in. I ignore it. Why are you telling me this? Because... Stephanie stands unsteadily. You should know what you've destroyed. Mom's going to leave Dad. The company's facing investigation. My engagement's off. Can't marry into old money when your family's a fraud. I didn't... Save it. She moves to the door. You wanted revenge? Congratulations. You got it. Hope you're happy in your perfect beach house with your perfect moral high ground. Stephanie, wait. But she's already gone, leaving me alone with a house full of ghosts. My phone buzzes again. This time it's an email from Aunt Rachel. Found more photos of Thomas. He's still in California, still painting. Still asks about you sometimes. Want his number? Before I can respond, another text arrives from Samuel. Your father's company is being audited. Your mother just withdrew all her personal accounts. Things are about to get very public. I'm sorry. I sink onto the couch, surrounded by the life Grandmother built, the truth she protected, the love she never lost. On the coffee table, the jewelry box lies open. Inside, beneath the photo of Thomas, I find another note. Dearest Louisa, the truth about your father was never mine to tell. But know this, he wanted you. Your mother chose a different path. Don't let her bitterness become yours. Sometimes justice looks like letting go. Love, Grandmother. My phone rings. Mother. I'm leaving your father, she says without preamble. The house in Greenwich, the accounts, everything's gone. Are you happy now? Mom. He was a painter, she continues, voice breaking. He loved the ocean. You have his hands. I know. Silence stretches between us, heavy with decades of unspoken truths. I never meant... She starts. It wasn't supposed to. Goodbye, Mom. I hang up, walk to the sunroom Stephanie wanted to destroy. The moonlight streams through the windows, casting shadows on the floor where grandmother and I used to sit. My phone lights up one last time, an unknown number, but not a threat this time. Just 3 words. Hello, my daughter. I stare at the message, at the life-changing truth it represents, at the future it could open. Outside, the waves crash against the shore, constant as always. Some things break to be rebuilt, some truths hurt to heal, and some revenge brings more than justice. It brings freedom. I take a deep breath and start typing. Hello, Father. The California sun hits different than East Coast light. Brighter, somehow. More direct. I'm sitting in a Santa Monica cafe, watching a man with my hands approach. Louisa? His voice is exactly how I imagined. Thomas. I stand, unsure whether to shake hands or hug. He decides for me, pulling me into an embrace that feels like coming home. You look just like your grandmother, he says, pulling back to study my face. But those are definitely my eyes. And hands! I hold them up. Artist's hands, grandmother always said. We sit. He orders coffee. I notice paint under his fingernails, just like mine get when I'm working. Rose kept me updated, he says. Sent photos, told me about your art, your kindness. She wanted to tell you about me, but Mom threatened to cut off contact completely. He nods. Valerie was complicated. Still is, I guess. I heard about what happened with the house. My phone buzzes. Speaking of complications. Mother. Where are you? We need to talk. I ignore it. Did you know about what they were planning? Rose called me 2 months before she died, said they were circling like vultures. He smiles sadly. She also said you were stronger than all of them combined. Another text, Stephanie this time. Dad's being indicted. Mom's having a breakdown. Thanks for nothing. They're imploding, I tell Thomas. The fraud investigation, the divorce, everything. And how do you feel about that? Before I can answer, my phone rings. Eliana. Turn on the news, she says without greeting. Your father's company. It's everywhere. I gesture to Thomas, and we move to the cafe's bar area, where a TV shows business headlines. Major investment firm under federal investigation. CEO steps down amid fraud allegations. Your mother's been calling me. Eliana continues. She's desperate to reach you. Says she can explain everything. Too late for explanations, I say, watching my father's face flash across the screen. Thomas touches my arm. You don't owe them anything. Not anymore. Another text arrives from Samuel. Federal investigators want to speak with you about the will fraud. It's connected to larger financial crimes. They're not just losing status, I realize. They're facing criminal charges. Good, Thomas says firmly. Actions have consequences. My phone keeps buzzing. Mother. Please, I need you. Stephanie. This is all your fault. Father. Can we meet? Urgently. I turn off my phone. Tell me about your art, I say to Thomas. His face lights up. He pulls out his phone, shows me photos of massive ocean-themed murals, gallery installations, paintings that capture exactly how the beach house feels at sunset. I have a show next month, he says. Would you like to contribute something? A father-daughter exhibition? Tears sting my eyes. I'd love that. Rose always said you were the true artist in the family. Said you saw beauty where others saw profit. The cafe TV switches to footage of my mother leaving a courthouse, face hidden behind large sunglasses. The headline reads, socialite wife named in fraud investigation. They wanted to tear down grandmother's sunroom, I say suddenly, turn the beach house into some modern showpiece. And now? Now I'm thinking of turning it into an art studio, maybe offering classes for kids who can't afford fancy lessons. He grins. Rose would love that. My phone lights up one final time. Aunt Rachel. They're looking for you. Don't let them manipulate you back in. You're free now. Thomas sees the message. Are you? Free? I think about the beach house, standing strong against the waves, about grandmother's quiet strength, her careful planning, her unwavering love, about the truth she protected until I was ready to handle it. Yes, I say, finally. Then, let's talk about that exhibition. I'm thinking Ocean's Daughter for a title. Perfect. I smile. But first, tell me everything. Start from the beginning. As Thomas begins the story of that long-ago summer, I feel grandmother's presence. She knew this day would come, knew that sometimes the best revenge isn't destruction, but creation. Not tearing down, but building something new. My phone stays dark. Let them panic. Let them face their consequences. Let them learn what it means to lose everything they valued over love. I have my father's hands, my grandmother's strength, and a future bright as California sun. Sometimes justice looks like letting go, and sometimes it looks like finally holding on to what matters. So, Thomas says, eyes twinkling, about that summer I met your mother, and for the first time in my life, I hear the truth from someone who has nothing left to hide. The beach house looks different, with easels in the sunroom. Children's artwork covers the walls where family photos once hung, bright splashes of creativity replacing stiff portraits of false perfection. Miss Louisa! Emma, one of my youngest students, tugs my sleeve. I painted the ocean like you showed me. I kneel beside her easel, taking in the wild swirls of blue and green. It's beautiful. You captured the movement perfectly. The doorbell rings. Through the window, I see Thomas walking up the path, carrying fresh canvases. Behind him, Eliana directs caterers setting up for tonight's gallery opening. The Prodigal Daughter's Art Sanctuary, a familiar voice says. I turn to find Aunt Rachel in the doorway. Rose would be proud. You made it. Wouldn't miss it. She surveys the transformed space. Heard from your mother? She's in Switzerland. Stephanie's in rehab. Father's lawyers are still negotiating his plea deal. And you? I gesture to the sunroom full of young artists, the walls of emerging talent, the space grandmother protected for exactly this purpose. I'm exactly where I should be. Thomas enters, setting down the canvases. Ready for tonight? The gallery owner from Los Angeles is coming. First, Rachel interrupts, there's something you both need to see. She pulls out an envelope, another one of grandmother's secrets. Found this while cleaning out her safety deposit box. It's for tonight. Inside is a letter and a check with more zeros than I've ever seen. Her real savings, Rachel explains. She kept it separate from the accounts your mother knew about. The note says, for the art school, let it be your legacy, not their redemption. Thomas reads over my shoulder, whistling softly. That would fund scholarships for decades. The doorbell rings again. Through the window, I see a familiar car. It's Mom, I say. Want me to send her away? Thomas offers. I think of grandmother's last note. Sometimes justice looks like letting go. No, I'll talk to her. She's thinner, less polished, no designer clothes or perfect makeup. She looks real. The house, she says, looking past me at the transformed space, is so different. That was the point. She notices Thomas through the window, flinches slightly. You found him. He found me. The truth has a way of surfacing. I never meant... She starts, then stops. I'm sorry. For everything. I know. The art school. It's wonderful. Mother would have loved it. She did. She planned it. All of it. Mom nods, tears forming. Would it be possible to see some of your work, just once? I think of grandmother's strength, of Thomas's forgiveness, of the legacy being built in this house of second chances. The gallery opening is tonight, I say. You can come, as a guest, not as family. Thank you, she whispers. But Mom? I meet her eyes. No schemes, no manipulation, no lies, or you'll never see this place again. She nods, understanding the weight of the chance being offered. That evening, the beach house glows with light and possibility. Art fills every room. Thomas's ocean murals, my abstract landscapes, students' first attempts at capturing beauty. Eliana handles the sales, professional and proud. Another red dot, she announces. Your grandmother's sunroom series is selling out. I watch Mom move through the crowd, smaller somehow, studying each piece with real attention. She stops at my centerpiece, a painting of the beach house, transformed into a beacon of color and light. You really are talented, she says softly, just like him. Just like myself, I correct. She nods, accepting the boundary, and moves on. Thomas appears at my side. The LA Gallery wants to represent us both, together. Perfect timing. I hand him grandmother's check. We'll need a bigger studio for all these scholarships. Rachel joins us, champagne in hand. To Rose. She raises her glass. Who knew exactly what she was doing? Looking around at this transformed space, at the art, the students, the second chances, the truth finally set free. I understand what grandmother meant. Revenge wasn't about destroying them. It was about building something they could never touch. The sun sets through the sunroom windows they wanted to demolish, painting the space in colors no renovation could improve. Somewhere, grandmother is smiling. To legacy, I raise my glass. The real kind. Outside, waves crash against the shore, constant as truth, powerful as justice, endless as possibility. Inside, art blooms where lies once grew. This is what winning really looks like. Not destruction, but creation. Not revenge, but renaissance. And it's beautiful.
The sound of Alex's voice sliced through the clatter of dishes like a sharp knife. Alara, bring me some tea now. I paused, my hands submerged in soapy water. Hold on, I'm doing the dishes. What? His tone was incredulous, laced with impatience. Stop that and bring me the tea quickly. Can't you follow simple orders? But I started, only to be interrupted. What a useless wife you are. Make me some sweet coffee, please. It was Mrs. Whitmore, my mother-in-law, speaking from the living room. She sat there, devouring a slice of cake she'd taken from the fridge, her eyes glinting with malice. I sighed, glancing at the mountain of dishes. There are so many. Leave them for later. Just do what we say, useless wife. Alex's voice was a whip, each word stinging. I was Alara, a 28-year-old working mother, trapped in a life that felt more like a prison than a home. Married at 23, I had hoped for love and companionship. Instead, I found myself in the clutches of Alex and his overbearing mother. Our son, only 4, was the sole source of joy in my bleak world. We lived in Alex's parents' house, a decision forced upon me under the guise of caring for Mrs. Whitmore after my father-in-law's passing. Initially, I sympathized with her supposed grief, But soon it became clear that I was nothing more than a pawn in her cruel game of domestic tyranny. Cooking, cleaning, working, it was never enough. My efforts were met with scorn, my meals left untouched or criticized harshly. "The stir-fry is so half-hearted," Mrs. Whitmore would scoff. "Cook it properly from scratch." "I'm busy and can only make simple things," I'd respond, trying to keep my voice steady. "That's why I hate back-talk from a daughter-in-law," she'd snap. "Cook from scratch? Why don't you cook then? You're a good cook, right?" I dared to retort once, immediately regretting it. "Why would I do housework when you're here?" Her response was cold, dismissive. "Are you out of your mind?" Their cruelty escalated over time, shifting from harsh words to a chilling silence. They began to ignore me completely, as if I were a ghost haunting my own home. My presence, once merely undervalued, now seemed entirely invisible. 5 years passed in this suffocating atmosphere. Alex and I turned 35 and 33, respectively. Our son grew, yet the oppressive air in the house remained unchanged. My mother-in-law, now 63, seemed to thrive on my misery. One evening, as I trudged home from work, a heavy realization settled over me. My existence seemed pointless in their eyes. I was a shadow, unseen and unheard. The only voice that acknowledged me was that of my son. The thought of losing even that small recognition was unbearable. Returning home, I began cooking immediately, trying to push away the gloom. I prepared mapo tofu, fried chicken, and a stir-fry with bell peppers and pork, hoping to bring some semblance of normalcy to our dinner. "Bring me the mayo," Alex commanded abruptly, breaking his long silence. "Sure, here you are," I replied, handing him the mayonnaise. His first words to me in ages were not of gratitude or conversation, but a mere order. It was the final straw, the breaking point of my patience and tolerance. The evening took a turn for the worse when Mrs. Whitmore demanded, "Clean the toilet." "What? Now?" I was aghast. "Yes, now," she insisted, her voice dripping with venom. I snapped back, unable to contain my frustration. "Don't say such a thing while we're eating. It's nasty." "Just like your heart," she hissed. Our argument escalated quickly, with Alex interjecting, demanding I apologize to his mother. But I refused, standing my ground for the first time in years. The conflict reached its peak, and in that moment, a decision crystallized within me. I needed to escape this toxic environment, not just for my sake, but for my son's as well. I retreated to my room, my resolve hardening. I downloaded divorce papers, filled them out, and slammed them in front of Alex. His shock was palpable, but I felt nothing but a cold determination. "I'm filing these," I declared, my voice steady. As I stood there facing my husband's bewildered expression, I realized I had finally stepped out of the shadows. It was time to reclaim my life. The days following my declaration of divorce were a whirlwind of cold glares and biting remarks. But amidst this storm, I found an unfamiliar sense of liberation. One evening, as I served dinner, Mrs. Whitmore looked at the meal with disdain. "You call this food? Even a child cooks better." I bit my tongue, focusing on my son's smiling face. "Eat up, sweetheart. I made your favorite tonight." Alex chimed in, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, playing the perfect mother now, are we? What a joke." I could feel the anger bubbling inside me, but I kept my composure. "I'm just trying to make a nice dinner for our son." Mrs. Whitmore snorted. "Don't act high and mighty. You're just a burden in this house." The tension at the table was palpable. Alex's attempts to belittle me only intensified. "So, Alara, have you thought about how you'll survive after the divorce? You can barely keep a house, let alone your own life." I looked him straight in the eye. "I have been supporting this family for years. I'm not worried about taking care of myself and our son." His smirk faded slightly, a flicker of unease crossing his face. Mrs. Whitmore quickly intervened. "Don't be absurd. You need us more than we need you." The conversation turned to finances, a topic they usually avoided. "You do realize that without my salary, this household would crumble?" I stated, more to myself than to them. Mrs. Whitmore scoffed. "We'll manage. We don't need your pity money." But Alex's silence spoke volumes. He knew the truth. Without my income, they would be in dire straits. In the following days, their behavior became increasingly erratic. Mrs. Whitmore would oscillate between trying to sweet-talk me into staying and hurling insults when I didn't comply. Alex, on the other hand, seemed lost, his arrogant facade crumbling as the reality of his financial dependence became undeniable. One afternoon, I overheard a conversation between them that chilled me to the bone. "She can't leave us like this," Alex hissed. "We need her money." Mrs. Whitmore's reply was cold and calculated. "Don't worry, I have a plan. We'll make her life so miserable she won't dare to leave." Hearing their true intentions laid bare was a revelation. They didn't care about me or even our son. It was all about control and money. That night, as I lay in bed, a plan began to form in my mind. If they wanted a battle, I would give them one. But it wouldn't be fought with words or petty arguments. I would hit them where it hurt the most, their pride and their pockets. The next morning, I started putting my plan into action. I contacted a lawyer, a sharp, no-nonsense woman who came highly recommended. "I want a divorce, and I want to make sure they don't get a penny more than they deserve," I told her. She nodded, her eyes glinting with determination. "We'll make sure of that. You've been the sole breadwinner, right? We'll use that." As the days passed, my resolve only grew stronger. I started documenting everything, the insults, the financial manipulation, even the smallest of grievances. It was time to turn the tables. It was time for them to face the consequences of their actions. And as I built my case, a sense of empowerment filled me. For the first time in years, I felt like I was in control of my own destiny. The shadows of contempt were slowly lifting, and in their place, a new dawn was emerging. As the divorce proceedings began, the atmosphere in the house grew increasingly toxic. Yet, with each passing day, my sense of fear diminished, replaced by a steely resolve. One evening, Mrs. Whitmore tried a different tactic. "Alara, dear, why don't we forget all this nasty business? You know we're family." Her words dripped with insincerity. I met her gaze, unwavering. "Family doesn't treat each other the way you've treated me." Alex, who had been quietly observing, scoffed. "Oh, playing the victim now? You're not as innocent as you pretend to be." I felt a surge of anger, but kept my voice calm. "I'm not playing anything, Alex. I'm just no longer willing to be your scapegoat." The conversation turned, as it often did, to finances. "You think you can just take our son and leave? How will you support him?" Alex challenged. I smiled, a small, confident curve of my lips. "I've been supporting this family for years. I think I can manage." Mrs. Whitmore's expression twisted into a sneer. "You're nothing without us. You'll come crawling back." But their words no longer held power over me. I knew my worth, and I knew the truth. The next day, I met with my lawyer again. She laid out the strategy clearly. "We'll expose their financial dependency on you. It will play a crucial role in the custody battle and the division of assets." I nodded, feeling a sense of vindication. The law was on my side, and I was ready to fight. Back at home, the tension reached a boiling point. Mrs. Whitmore's attempts to undermine me became more desperate. "You think you're so smart," she spat one evening. "But you're just a cold-hearted woman, abandoning your family." I looked her straight in the eyes. "No, I'm a woman who's finally standing up for herself." Alex jumped in, his voice laced with venom. "You'll regret this. You can't survive without me." But his threats fell on deaf ears. I was done being intimidated. As the days went by, my preparations for the court battle intensified. I gathered financial statements, recorded their abusive remarks, and collected evidence of their negligence. One afternoon, as I was organizing my documents, my son came to me. "Mom, are we going to be okay?" His voice was small, uncertain. I pulled him into a hug, feeling a surge of protectiveness. "Yes, sweetheart, we're going to be just fine. We're leaving this place, and we're going to start a new, happy life. Just you and me." His arms tightened around me, and in that moment, I knew I was making the right decision. I was fighting, not just for myself, but for my son's future. The day of the court hearing loomed closer, and with it, a sense of impending freedom. I was ready to face Alex and Mrs. Whitmore, ready to end their reign of control and emotional abuse. I was ready to reclaim my life and give my son the peace and happiness he deserved. It was time for justice, and I was determined to see it served. The day of the court hearing arrived, a day I had been anticipating with a mix of dread and determination. As I sat across from Alex and Mrs. Whitmore in the courtroom, I felt a sense of surrealism. This was the moment where everything would change. The proceedings began with a cold formality. Alex's lawyer portrayed him as a devoted husband and father, struggling under the weight of false accusations. Mrs. Whitmore played the part of the grieving mother-in-law, wronged by an ungrateful daughter-in-law. But their performance was transparent, their lies brittle. When my turn came, I spoke clearly, my voice steady. I have been the sole provider for this family for years. My husband's unemployment and his mother's manipulation have been constant sources of strain. Alex interjected, his voice laced with false hurt. Alara, how can you say these things? I've always supported you. I turned to him, my gaze unwavering. Support is more than just words, Alex. It's about actions, and your actions have shown nothing but selfishness and cruelty. The judge listened intently as I presented my evidence. Financial statements, recordings of their verbal abuse, testimonies from neighbors who had witnessed their behavior. The truth was undeniable. As the evidence mounted, Alex's facade began to crumble. Mrs. Whitmore's composure cracked, her mask of innocence slipping away. The courtroom was silent, the air thick with tension. Then came the revelation that sealed their fate. My lawyer presented photographs and documents proving Alex's infidelity and Mrs. Whitmore's illicit affair with a wealthy neighbor, Mr. Harwood. The courtroom erupted in murmurs as the images were displayed, showing them in compromising positions, their deception laid bare for all to see. Alex's face turned ashen, his eyes wide with shock. Mrs. Whitmore's expression twisted into one of fury, her hands trembling. You invaded our privacy. Mrs. Whitmore shrieked, her voice shrill. I looked at her, my voice calm but firm. No, I exposed the truth, a truth that you both have been hiding for too long. The judge called for order, but the damage was done. Their credibility was shattered, their lies exposed in the harsh light of the courtroom. As the hearing came to a close, the judge's verdict was clear. I was granted full custody of our son, and a fair division of assets was ordered. Alex and Mrs. Whitmore were left with little more than their shattered reputations. Walking out of the courtroom, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. The years of manipulation and emotional abuse were finally over. I had stood up to my oppressors and emerged victorious. But the sweetest moment came when my son ran into my arms outside the courthouse, his face bright with relief and happiness. "We did it, Mom," he said, his voice filled with joy. "Yes, we did," I replied, holding him close. "We're free now. It's just the beginning for us." And as we walked away, hand in hand, I knew that this was not just a victory for me. It was a victory for every person who had ever been made to feel small, powerless, or unworthy. It was a victory for truth and justice. It was the start of a new chapter, a chapter filled with hope and the promise of a brighter future. The aftermath of the court ruling was immediate and tumultuous. Word of Alex and Mrs. Whitmore's deceit spread like wildfire, tarnishing their reputations in our small community. They were no longer able to hide behind their facade of respectability. In the days following the verdict, I focused on rebuilding my life with my son, but I couldn't ignore the sense of satisfaction that came from knowing Alex and Mrs. Whitmore were facing the consequences of their actions. One evening, as I was preparing dinner, I received an unexpected visitor. It was Mr. Harwood's wife, Mrs. Harwood, her eyes red with unshed tears. "Alara, I heard about everything. I can't believe what Sylvia, Mrs. Whitmore, did." Her voice broke, and I could see the pain etched on her face. I invited her in, offering a cup of tea. As we sat at the kitchen table, she poured out her heartache. I trusted her as a neighbor, as a friend, and to think she was having an affair with my husband. I listened, offering words of comfort. It was clear that Mrs. Whitmore's actions had caused more damage than she had ever anticipated. The next day I encountered Alex in town. He was a shadow of the man he once was, his arrogance replaced by a look of defeat. "Alara, please, can we talk?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I stopped, facing him. "What is there to talk about, Alex?" He fidgeted, unable to meet my eyes. I'm sorry for everything. I didn't realize how much I depended on you, on your strength." His apology, though late, was a testament to the shift in power. He had lost everything, his dignity, his home, his family, and in that loss he had finally recognized his own faults. But it was Mrs. Whitmore who faced the harshest backlash. Her affair with Mr. Harwood had not only ruined her reputation, but had also led to legal troubles. Mrs. Harwood had filed for divorce and was pursuing a lawsuit against her for alienation of affection. I heard about Mrs. Whitmore's plight from neighbors, the whispers and rumors painting a picture of a woman undone by her own actions. She had become an outcast, shunned by those she had once considered friends. One afternoon, I saw her at the grocery store, her eyes downcast as she hurried through the aisles. Our paths crossed, and for a moment our eyes met. The look of resentment and defeat in her eyes was unmistakable. "You did this to me," she hissed under her breath as she passed by. I watched her go, feeling a mix of pity and vindication. "No, Sylvia, you did this to yourself," I whispered to myself. The tides of justice had turned, and the consequences of their actions were now inescapable. Alex and Mrs. Whitmore were living the life they had crafted through years of deceit and manipulation. And as I watched them struggle with the aftermath, I knew that the best revenge was living well, free from their toxic influence. As I turned my focus back to my son and our new life, I realized that this was not just a story of revenge. It was a story of liberation, of breaking free from the chains of abuse and control. And as I looked to the future, I knew that the best was yet to come.